If you clicked on this video, I feel like you know what you're getting into. Dark Souls, Demon Souls, BloodBorne, Sekiro, Elden Ring. These games right here make up a genre called Souls game, developed by From Software Studios, and over the past 15 years have become some of the most well-known and most popular games. People take weeks off of work when the new Souls game comes out. Twitter riots as these game reviewers complain about the game being too hard. There are clips, videos of bosses miles high, all to experience a Soulsborne game. I love these games. I haven't played all of them, but each one good as the last. And since Elden Ring is getting a brand new DLC, I have put it upon myself to beat every single Souls game and give it an honest review, similar to what I did with Tekken. I want to look at one of my favorite gaming franchises and through these reviews figure out what makes a Souls game so great that once Gen Z is all in government, the government will shut down when a new Souls game comes out. Of course, we do have to start with Dark Souls. Wrong! It didn't actually all begin with Dark Souls. It actually began with Demon Souls, coming out February 5th, 2009, FromSoft's first ever attempt to make a Souls game. Not really. See, the original idea for this game was supposed to be a Kingfield game, one of their original titles back in the PS1, and it was supposed to compete with Oblivion, but, well, as game development goes, it wasn't that easy. Now, Miyazaki, the GOAT, saw this project and said, I want to work on that one, and started changing things all over the place, which is crazy that he was allowed to do this. But finally, this led to the creation of Demon Souls, and it had a terrible release in Japan. The Japanese just did not like this game until Sony did not release it in America, but there was hope. Bandai and Atlas said, yeah, we got that, and brought it to the land of the free, and it did 5 times better in America than in Japan in its first week. That's because us Americans are masochists. I will be going over the remake and referencing the original, mostly so that your eyes don't have to burn under PS3 graphics. First ever attempt at a Souls game, it does introduce a lot of series staples, but it also introduces things that just never return. Such example is healing in this game. Typically from now on in the future games, you'll get a set amount of heals in a flask. In this game, you just get grass. You can buy as much as you want, and you can eat as much as you want during any boss fight. So you basically have infinite heals. The environment is just like any Dark Souls, as this is the first one. You get your dark medieval world of the undead. There are demons plaguing the land from the power of the old one. And if you know Dark Souls, you know this is really all the lore you get told up front. The rest you learn through character interactions and just exploring the world. This game is very big on showing, not telling you what's happening. Take your character and look at my Marvel Legends figure of Gambit. Oh, this is terrible character creation. We wake up in the tutorial area, where by learning the basics like parrying and fighting, you get a sense of hope. And I'm good at this. These enemies are nothing. And then once your ego is high, my favorite series staple, the boss you have no business of fighting. A little bit of course correction as this boss drops your ego down so far. There's always a boss in every Souls games you can't beat right at the beginning, just to drop that ego and remind you, you're not him. After our timely demise, our next stop is the Nexus, the safe haven. This is the hub world where you can level up, store your items, upgrade your gear, get new spells, certain shops. My favorite part of most Souls games is seeing the hub world fill up with people the more you meet across the land. The two most important is the lady in black, and I don't normally care about the females in games and get all wooga wooga, but I would love to see like someone in person cosplay this. She helps us level up, and I love seeing her in the Nexus just kind of wander around and kick her feet up. And the second best NPC is our sweet boy Thomas. He will hold our items as there's a limit you can carry in this game. I'm pretty sure this is a Demon Souls only, but he is a sweet, tragic man who has lost his family. But every time I play this game and think about like going to the dark route, I'm just like, but Thomas, you have a heart of gold. The light in this world. There's also this blacksmith here, but there's a much cooler and better blacksmith in a later area, so irrelevant. Before we can even access leveling up and the other areas, we have to prove ourselves in Boletaria by defeating the first demon. Boletaria is basically Britain, a giant castle town with a bunch of broken teeth slender goons. and later down these fat bumpy pigs. Combat honestly doesn't have depth, but it does. Paradoxical, but it works. Every weapon has 2 attacks, a light and a heavy, fast and quick, strong and slow. There is sometimes a dodge attack and a run attack, but it's not much different from your main attacks. Most weapons also do play completely different, like a katana and a big sword do not have the same moveset. And you'll also find out the Soul's specialty above anything else is the dodge roll. It gives you a little bit of invincibility and is a staple of the series. You think Dark Souls, you think the roll. You have other weapons like bows, crossbows, shields. Shields can parry, and your bows are used for your ranged option. Souls games have never been big on parry. Obviously there is parry, and some people really like this parry, but for me personally, I don't like the parry in the typical Souls games. There will be a game that I love the parry in, but just this one. It still feels good seeing your enemy stagger and getting that massive blow. Now, there's a ton of different build types. You either get big, massive, ooga booga sword, or quick and fast dexterity type. So either samurai or cavemen. Pick your poison. But if you don't want to use a sword, axe, katana, hand weapon, there's also spells, wizard, magic, fireball shit, or the holy calling of Christ. Magic is pretty offensive, but most face moves are typically buffs and heals, but if you're going with a faith build, you're going to want to need a weapon in this game. But that simplicity makes depth. Figuring out everything and figuring out your build and what you want to do in this game and how you want to play. Do you want to range out and use magic? Do you want to have a heavy sword that you're only going to swing once but it does so much damage? Or do you want to move around like a samurai and kill them with 1,000 cuts? You'll figure out what you like through trial and error. You will die and you will die. You will start as a caveman just banging a stone against the ground until you finally make fire. But while you learn the basics in Boletaria, you find the boss key, which gives you access to the boss room, the very first demon, a blob of shields, and it is so easy. It's one of the easy bosses in the series. Throw some fire pots at it and chop chop. Since I have played this game, it will be a lot easier to clear through. This was my first Souls game, and for some reason I struggled against him back in the day. But this unlocks our first bonfire, a place of rest, and where you can return to other bonfires. Now we are finally worthy of being a demon slayer. There's a small child who tells us about the past. Yeah, I don't care anyways. Now the Maiden in Black will finally allow us to level up. And how leveling up works in this game is via souls. The more enemies you kill, the more souls you get. And this is your currency for everything. Healing items, weapons, upgrades, level up. Side about souls, if you die, you can lose them. So, as the Dark Souls specialty, you get punished for playing bad. Now stat wise, you may look at this and go, oh, I need to put everything in everything, make it all even. And you will never beat this game this way. We min-max in this bitch. You only need maybe 4 skills at most to put your points in. They also will punish you again for dying in other reasons. They do this and it's really annoying. They nerf your health when you die. You die in your human form in the world, your world becomes a darker world. In this game, this is a Demon Souls only, there is world alignment. So if you do good things, your world turns light. If you do bad things, your world turns dark. So if you die in your human form, 1, you get your HP nerfed until you go back to human form, and 2, you go into a darker world, which is harder than the lighter worlds. So this game is really big on, oh, you're losing? No. You're getting punished for that. Why all of us Demon Souls fans knows about that stairs that we all just jump off in the Nexus, because when you die in the Nexus, world alignment doesn't change. All I could think about when I was just climbing up these stairs again, when playing this game, I was just like, I'm back in the fucking building again. I have chosen to run a faith build, wielding the giant sword of moonlight. You would think you would need some strength, but nah, I wield the power of God in my hands. We also unlock every area. Of course, we have been to Boletaria, but there are 4 more areas. Stonefang Tunnel, Tower of Letharia, Shrine of Storms, and the Valley of Defilement. I hate the Valley of Defilement. Area 2 is the mines, a bunch of old hitchback gooners that sometimes want to throw rocks at me. That's why you're fucking in the mines. Also, the much better and cooler blacksmith, Baldwin. If you give him the soaring demon soul, he can infuse demon souls into your weapons and make some of the strongest weapons. Traversing these mines gets us to the Iron Spider, another easy pummel to death bomb. Sometimes you have to run away when it spits its lava vomit at you, but it's nothing difficult. Our next area is the Prison of Hope, or hentai jail. This area is truly where you can see the difficulty. Not through a lot of enemies or hard enemies, but through the Souls game's favorite of tight corridors and hallways. These fucking monsters can hit you with their shock spell from anywhere, especially considering how small each area is, and just go to town putting their juice in you. And it doesn't help that there's these little guys all over the place. Some will aggro and hit you, others will just follow you around praising you. I tried to be a good guy and be like, alright, I'm not going to kill them, they're not attacking me. But damn, they got in the way so many times and got me killed by the hentai guards. I was like, fuck it, fine, I have to kill them. Making it through this prison, the next boss, Fool's Idol. Quite an easy boss. She creates clones of herself, just looks for the one that doesn't have a health bar above her head. Now, there is a gimmick to this fight. If you don't find this gooner that is outside of the boss area, she will fully heal, making the boss way more difficult. But if you know where he is and kill him beforehand, the boss is super easy. Now, Area 4, Spooky Scary Skeleton Land. These Beyblade rolling skeletons are quite easy to deal with. Use your shield or dodge, as they have long staggers, but they hit hard. And also in this area, guess who's here? Your old friend, the Ego Dropper. He's blocking our path, but we can handle him now. I got this. I'm way stronger than before. I got this. Okay, stairs it is. He will always be there for you to rematch whenever you're ready, but passing him, we make it to the Adjudicator, Mr. Belly Rolls himself. He has a glaring weak spot where there's a giant sword in his stomach. Hit it a few times and he'll fall over where you can finally do damage. And now lastly, the final area, the tried and true Poison Swamp area. We will see these again. But I hope you like strange green liquids, rats, crackheads, because that's where we are, New York City. But this area, the enemies aren't hard. The boss Leechmonger is not hard. What makes this area so fucking annoying is, one, getting to the boss itself. Said the Prison of Hope had tight corridors and are bad to move against. That is nothing compared to this. You can fall with the minor misstep to your death. There's so many ledges, and the enemies have moves that push you all the way down. There's poison, plague, every step you turn. Just trying to make it to the boss is going to kill you, and the boss just melts with any fire weapon. I hate this area with a hard H, as it's the only reason it was such a hassle for me to clear this game. You have to be extra careful on every step, but that's also why you're getting jumped by people asking for 350. I just wanted to talk about the first area of each level. The fun thing about this game is you don't have to do it in any order other than the first one. It makes it a lot easier to beat the game if you're stuck on one area, which I fucking was, to just go to another one, beat the next boss. You also only have to beat one world to be able to fight the final boss. Now, I don't recommend that because it's really difficult. I had a really broken build with the Moonlight Greatsword, Adjudicator Shield, Regenerator's Ring, and the Heal Prayer, getting about 5 to 6 health per second. But this meant I was ready. Back to the mines. Exploring deeper, we encounter blizzards and lava bugs. The further you go, the more lava there is. Honestly, the enemies weren't even that hard. It's just figuring out how to get past the lava. We also get tricked by my favorite NPC, Hatches. Really? That was your master plan? He tries to trick you and kill you with the dumbest plans, but does become a really good ender for cheap. In the mines, our next boss is Flame Lurker, basically Donkey Kong on fire, jumping up and down, hitting you with some of the meanest right hooks. Once you knock him to half health, all his moves cause fire explosions. He does have a very typical pattern, so he is easy to figure out and dodge around. Just don't get hit, because you will be hit 2 times and you're dead. Now that that is over, we make it right to Dragon God. This is a giant gimmick fight. I really thought we were going to get to fight the Destroyer of Worlds, the Dragon God. Now, most Souls games do have a gimmick fight, but it's basically one, and it's cooler because you get a special weapon. That gimmick fight comes later. This one, you just avoid eye contact like a socially awkward middle schooler and run to each end to activate a weapon, and then do it again on the other side. That's it. He goes down, and then you can literally use any weapon to kill him. There is an achievement to use these fists called the Hands of God to pummel him to death. And these are literally the worst weapons in the game. Moving back to the prison after we beat the false idol, we are dragged up to the next area. Way easier than the first areas. Now the enemies are these gargoyles and absolute grotesque abominations. We have to knock this giant flesh blob down to get to my least favorite boss in the entire game. Man-Eater. Let me put y'all on game real quick. This boss gets on my nerves. You're on this tight corridor trying to fight this beast. He has moves that will knock you all the way down, causing instant death, because he knows he can't do enough damage to kill me. And this stupid motherfucker just runs away, comes back, runs away again, and if that's not enough, he doesn't even have the respect of a one-on-one. He calls his buddy to jump. Half the time I die is because I'm getting hit by an attack that gets me stuck on a ledge and then I fall over. This man has never once killed me with his own two hands. And you know, this AI barely even works. It's glitching all over the place. Like, look at this. This is not how this boss is supposed to work. Moving on, we get to the Mad Monk, whose fight is just an invasion. You have to fight a red player in battle. I like the idea, but in practice, there were so many issues. My first bout was annoying as hell, as I'm literally hitting them, but their health is not going down. And whoever this person was, fuck you. Your build is so annoying. Speaking of this, I oftentimes forget there's an online aspect. People play this game for PvP. Like, the messages people leave in this game helps make everyone feel connected. Even though we don't know each other, seeing this message from other players helps us feel connected. That's why there's such a community in these games. Someone leaves a message and everyone's just like, me too, bro, me too. There's also invasions. People can invade your world and just beat your ass. Or, if they're nice, they can help you defeat bosses. Now we're back to spooky, scary skeleton land. There are some Reapers around here that summon a ton of ghosts, but once you kill the Reaper, they just all disappear. The real kicker of this area are these damn manta rays. Whenever I'm in the open, they keep sniping me, pissing me off. Ooh, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Also, Patches is back with his typical shenanigans, throwing us into a pitch. Oh, and look, the door is right there. This gets us to Old Hero. I love his design. He looks so cool. Now, the gimmick of this boss is he's blind, so he will only hit based on what he hears. But he does hit like a semi-truck. The downside is you can just walk around him. It makes me feel bad because I'm beating up an old disabled person for their disabled parking pass. This means I can get my revenge on these manta rays. Another gimmick fight, but I like this one. You get a special weapon that fills with this wind energy, but it can only be used at its full potential in this area. Now, Storm King and its mini manta rays get absolutely eviscerated by this weapon, and it feels so good to charge it up and just hit these unholy creatures. Ooh, revenge feels so nice. Back to the swamps. I already said fuck and just trick slowly through the poison water. I'd rather take my chances with that than the crackheads and bees. This gets us to Dirty Colossus. At first, I was wondering why this was a second stage boss. I was wondering, like, I'm melting him. He hasn't done any damage to me. And then I looked at my health bar and I saw I was almost dead. He hits you with flies that just chip away at your health slowly. Then after I take a shower, we go to the final boss of this area, Maiden Australia, who tells us to leave this place. This is a place for the scared, for those who do not have a place. She revives the knight, who also warns us not to fight unless we attack, and he won't fight. I originally intended to do this fight for real, but the knight just keeps running away, so eventually I did the arrow cheese method. But it makes me think, am I the bad guy for killing her? She didn't do no wrong, and it's not like I had to kill her. I only needed to kill one of the bosses. This was unnecessary violence. I'm a monster. Anyways, back to Boletaria. Basically, the next area is a lot of running. Try not to burn to death. Which gets us to Tower Knight. Just ankle bite. He looks menacing, but those ankles are quite delicious. The next area is right before the castle, the upper level, with a lot of these fat officials. They are gross, overconfident, fat as mother. And when you make it to the boss, oh, sweet, deserved justice. That right there is the Inhaler. He has such a cold entrance and such a cool boss fight. Just make sure you watch out for the Aerith treatment. Honestly, that means the final boss, King Alon. After getting burned to death a good few times, we get a 1v1 this bastard. All his swings have wind damage, he has a giant AoE insta-kill charge move, and the "your power is mine" grab, where he steals a level. He steals a level and you never get it back. Ever. It's like not as hard as I remember it was. A lot easier this run than my first run. But now I'm basically playing this game with a way better build, and I was trash back then. But, in fact, we're not done. Our goth girlfriend takes us to the old one, the first demon, where we can either become one with the demon, plunging the world into darkness, or leave and let our goth GS save the world. At this moment, I think about Thomas, our one precious boy, and choose not to plunge the world into darkness. This game was a lot easier to play this time around. I also see it as the perfect beginner Souls games. It gets you used to all the mechanics and dying. This game introduces so much, like NPCs, how the game shows and not tells you things. Right, one of my favorite NPCs is the son of the king, who you find and help along the way, but if you don't fight in every mission, you have to fight him before the final boss. I kinda didn't want to fight him at first. Bro, I don't... Damn, that shit kinda hurt, man. Fuck you. But my favorite thing is how this game just doesn't tell you shit. Nah, figure it out. No explanation. Story point? Nah, you go talk to the characters. I ain't gonna tell you about the story. Now, general knowledge gets carried over, but this game will not tell you where to find keys, why this is happening, and it makes you feel so alone, lost. But if you persevere, you find the path. How to make it easier, a shortcut, exploration, a trial and error. And even in this, that's the game's beauty. It shines so bright. It's not telling you how to play the game. It's not telling you how to beat the game. It's letting you experience the game. The game doesn't tell you how to beat every boss. The game doesn't tell you how to do everything. But it says you'll find out. I believe in you. One of the most popular games of our time, a genre-defining series, Dark Souls, the second of its type after Demon Souls, coming out September 22nd, 2011. After the success in Demon Souls in America, Bandai Namco, seeing how well Demon Souls did, immediately jumped at the chance to make another one. FromSoft, also seeing a chance to get to the top, went straight to making the next game and wanting immediate piece of that money. Miyazaki learned from the mistakes of Demon Souls, but also the successes, making a game that felt new but also the same, with Bandai being the publisher, so Dark Souls was no longer an exclusive title. Demon Souls was exclusive to PlayStation, and Dark Souls could have been if PlayStation didn't pull the plug. Dark Souls starts with the story of the First Flame. Dragons controlled the land until the finding of the First Flame, which gave powers to those to stand up against the dragon. But slowly the flame extinguished, leaving only an ember left. With promises to rekindle the flame, we begin Dark Souls. I began with the warrior class as it seemed the most balanced. I typically don't go into a Souls game knowing what kind of build I want to use. I typically just find what works throughout my playthrough. We start off as a lowly undead in a prison cell, until saved by this man Oscar, who allows us to escape this hell. We learn the basics, which are the same as the last game. Your weapons have basic swings, strikes, and the dodge roll. It feels a lot better than the roll in Demon Souls, even in the remake. But with a broken sword and the indomitable human spirit, with a Red Bull, with all our might we go and fight the Asylum Demon and get absolutely cooked. They want you to run to the side and come back to him later, but see, I don't want to. I don't want to put my pride on the side. I'm going to beat this first boss and prove how good I am.
20 minutes later.
Okay, after 20 hits, I've done jack shit damage. I'll come back later. And actually, later is not that far away. See, running around, you find your starting gear, the sword you chose. This game waits to give you your weapons just to really make you feel like a punk. But once you get your gear, the man who saved you is defeated. He seems almost dead. He asks you to ring the bells of awakening, rekindle the flame, and on his deaths he gives you an Estus flask to help. This is the healing in the game. Per rest, you have an limited amount of heals per area. If you kindle the flame at the bonfire, you will have 10. If not, you'll have 5, but later on, you can kindle bonfires even more to get up to 20. Also deholify at bonfires by using humanity to become human again. Humanity is the source to kindle these flames, and it's such a fun lore reason. Humans lose their humanity and are being turned into undead, but with humanity they can keep holding on just a little bit longer. But now it's time to return to the Asylum Demon. The game gives you a nice airborne jump attack, which makes this fight so much easier. One of the new attacks in this game, similar to Demon Souls, it's very the same. Now you have falling attacks and this big jump roll. So when you're running, you can press the roll button again to do a jump and a roll. But with good gear, this guy's a Raven and Yoinks used to Firelink Shrine, this game's Nexus. And of course, we have our starting area D1 up. I didn't mention this in the last game, but there is typically someone at the very beginning of the game who just sits there calling you a punk ass. Ugh, what's that smell? Ew, it's just you. Oh wow, didn't know comedians was still around. You have 3 paths to move from. The graveyard, which brings you to the catacombs, the ghost town, but the way to go is the undead burrow. You can't even fight the ghosts, you won't hit them, and the skeletons are just too powerful. This is the town full of undead, just like you. Yo, is that Jimmy? I picked up a spear, which I used for the next boss, the Taros demon. His large cubs makes things somewhat difficult, but honestly, it's nothing crazy to talk about. Leaving, of course, this dragon at the bridge, as always, burning us to death. Second time I've seen this. And outside, I found this man praising the sun. Solaris. One of the many people you'll meet in this game, and one of my favorite NPCs. His goal is to find his son. Not literal sun, but like the light in the world. Now, this just gets us deeper in the undead burrow. I found a shortcut back to Firelink, and this large gate seems important, and lowered down a blacksmith. Oh, what's up, old man? This guy is my goat, Andre. But after being lost for about 10 minutes, I realized there were stairs. Oh, to the bell gargoyles. I had a bit of trouble until I cut off its tail, gaining the axe, but then found a halberd during my exploration and was easily able to melt his health. And of course, there's a second one. And they breathe fire. I'm getting man-eater flashbacks, but it's a lot more doable. And if you time your attacks right and get the first one's health down really quickly, the fight is not that difficult. We ring the first bell of awakening, and our first task is done. Soon after, I went back to the blacksmith, and trekked through the dark root forest to get the moonlight butterfly. This boss is simply just dodge enough, then expend your entire stamina bar. I thought it was going to be way more difficult than it actually was, but Moonlight Butterfly is pretty easy. I then retraced my steps, and I defeated this Black Knight. Ran past earlier, and he drops the Black Knight Greatsword. Of course, I didn't have the strength to wield it, but I soon will. I did make this weapon my main weapon throughout the whole game. I just love how the Greatswords feel, just being able to hit with all my might. But this game has so many options. Game, axes, halberd, curved swords, every weapon feels so different. And then there's magic still in this game. Didn't use it much, but I know it's pretty much the same as Faith. As well makes a return now, but with some offensive capabilities. And lastly, the new magic, pyromancy. This is just fire magic, but it has its own placing, and it doesn't really require any stats to use it. I think it's a smart way to do this as it relates to the story. Like this man who teaches us pyromancy said, we channel fire like our ancestors, the one who first kindled the flames. Tracking back after ringing the first bell, our goal is to go to the depths and ring the second bell down below. And after passing some more undead and getting jumped and sneak attacked, our next boss, the Taros demon, a faster boss than the past two. He also has this dog that really just pisses me off as he's fast with his attacks while I'm having to dodge this. Yeah, it's a lot. But he has long staggers, so he's easy to get damage off. This does give us the key that brings us down to the depths and a bunch of rats and death plague. This is just what I wanted. The rats are easy enough. There again, just rats. I just use my halberd to play keep away. Back, back. But the big things to watch out for is these bugs with Death Blight. If that meter fills, you die instantly and get cursed. Half of your health just gone until you can break the curse. But these deaths lead us to the Gaping Dragon. Oh, it's just a little alligator. Oh, luckily you can call upon aid for this boss, either Solaris or Luctris, making this fight very easy. Solaris is the goat, and Lotric is a. Anyways, after this fight, I have some options. The big one is to go further into the depths and continue down to the... nope, that's Poison Swamps. I ain't doing that. I decided to go back to New Londo, and I still can't fight these ghosts. Okay, Catacombs it is. This area is pretty short, but can be a chore when you're trying to explore with these skeletons that just won't die. Please, just stay down. You have to kill a wizard in each block to make sure the skeletons stay down, but you're also being chased by hundreds of these. While you're being chased, there is a casket you can rest in. Oh, good. They'll never find me here. Leads us to Nito, and you can form a covenant with him, and he'll give you the Great Lord Sword. This is what I used until I was ready for the Black Knight's Great Sword. I had the strength at this point, but not the stamina. I would swing this sword once, and all my stamina would be gone. But this leads us right to the next boss, except these damn Beyblades are in the way. They'd be eating at my health. Now, this boss is the easiest boss in Dark Souls. Pinwheel. This man just dies in a few hits, and it's like Fool's Idol. He makes clones, but he's beyond easy. He gave me the best buff in the entire game, though, the Rite of Kindling, allowing me to finally buff my kindling to 20 Estus Flasks. Now, the downside, curiosity got the best of me, and I went into the Tomb of the Giants, and I couldn't see anything. And then I fell down a massive hole, and I lost 20,000 souls. You're like, oh, you could have just retraced your steps and got it. But see, I tried to be cheeky, and I tried to take a shortcut, and I messed up the shortcut, and I fell again. See, in Demon Souls, losing souls meant nothing to me because I beat the game. I was like, it's whatever, I'll get them back. In this game, losing one soul generally makes me start tweaking. I decided to grind to get my souls back by killing enemies over and over. It took a little bit of time, but it wasn't that big of a deal. And with this, I bought the key to the gate in the Darkwood Forest. This is a continuation of the forest, but with human-like enemies. Followers of this cat and a Taurus. They give a great amount of souls early. I don't know what I did, but this cat just disappeared and said I was a traitor, but whatever. I see a door that looks suspiciously like a boss door. I know what's coming. And I think, oh, it's Sif. It's Sif. This was the first boss in the game that actually gave me a little bit of trouble. With his big sword in that mouth really knocks me over. But after a few deaths, I started to learn through some really easy methods of just staying under his feet. But seeing him limp when he was on low health broke me down. Miyazaki, why? And once you learn the lore of Sif and that he didn't want the same fate that fell upon his master to fall upon you because he is guarding the Abyss Ring, it just hurts even more. He didn't deserve this. Now with nothing else to do, I guess I have to go back to the Poison Swamps. Slowly trekking through the pain of poison bug, grotesque crackheads, and more. And it just keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Oh, I think it went a little too deep. If you don't get lost like me, you'll make it to Quel'Tha, women stuck on a spider body. She has a sick fire sword and fire breath. I heard she was hard, but first tried her, it's easy. Probably because I really did not want to track back through the swamp again, and I really wanted to continue playing the game. Traveling down, we ring the second bell of awakening and awaken an iron giant and the gates near where the blacksmith was. This brings us to hell. No, like literally hell. There is demons, Capra's demons everywhere. There is a boss you have to defeat but he just swings his giant arms and you dodge him and then you cut him down. But this reveals a ton of demons, like 8 copper demons. Yeah, I know when I'm not supposed to be here somewhere. My fault, OG. I do know where I'm supposed to go, to Anor Londo. I have a bit of business there, as see this dickhead Lodric killed the Firekeeper and is in Anor Londo. Now this weird snake guy is telling us to obtain the Lord's vessel in Anor Londo, so shit, what else do I gotta do? Better than rotting in a prison. So this gate opens up and this leads to Sin's Fortress. This is one of the hardest dungeons with a swinging axes, tight quarters. Also the first areas with mimics started giving me trust issues. Anytime I see a chest, I'm like, that looks out of place. I don't trust that. But even with how hard this dungeon is, the boss, the Iron Golem, is so easy. He's just another ankle bite boss like in Demon Souls. He goes down so easily. He reminds me of the Iron Golem in Demon Souls. He's almost identical. But with this, we can get yoinked again and now are in Anor Londo, Gwyn's city. Higher level knights, giants, demons, buildings, but it's such a spectacle seeing this giant city. So Laris is here to also help with the boss fight of Ornstein and Smong. I did get invaded while exploring and it freaked me out. I had no idea where this guy was. I did see that the eye was crackling and that I could kill the murderer Lodric, make sure he stayed down for good for killing my Firekeeper and Firelink Shrine. This gives us another Firekeeper soul to upgrade our Estus, but I used it to save the girl that got killed. That means it's time for Ornstein and Smo, the big boy and the Lancer. Their dynamic is so cool. To see one of Gwyn's 4 knights and the Executioner, a grotesque looking armor, is just the coolest in this game. Having to deal with both is difficult unless you have Solaire. Now, I didn't beat him with Solaire because I committed a cardinal sin. During one of my reloads back to the Ember, I accidentally hit R1 and hit Solaire, and no matter how hard I tried to reset the game, he would just not unaggro. So I sent him to an early grave. I must have my sins forgiven. That means I'm solo. Weirdly enough, I actually beat it solo the first 2 times, as when you summon someone for bosses, they have higher health and defense and damage. So I was able to knock out Ornstein, and that only left Smo. He absorbs all of Ornstein's power, and with his belly fat and electric power, it makes it difficult. He'll just sit on you and instantly kill you. He is doable with the correct timing and unga bunga. Also, in this legacy dungeon, I got Havel's armor. It's a secret area. A guy put a message down that said try rolling, and all I can say, whoever this is who put this message down, thank you. Thank you. As once I got the stamina, this was my main armor. It was so beefy, nothing could beat it. Now, of course, I tried to wear it all at once, but I started fat rolling. With Smo and Ornstein finished, I am told to expect a nice view, and ooh, that gives us the Lord Vessel. We can continue Gwyn's legacy and rekindle the flame. There's a few more bosses left, a few I've already beaten, but there are some blocked until you get this vessel. These bosses are the 4 Kings, Beta Chaos, Nito, and Seat. You need to get the official Lord's Vessel, so go to the Snake Man, you get Eden, and I did not consent to this. But now you can truly begin your hunt for the ones who originally brought out the flame. Each ramp up the difficulty from Ornstein and Smong. I slightly struggle with these guys, but I am struggling with these last 4. I started with the 4 Kings as I've beaten Sif and I got the Abyss Ring. Exploring New Londo and drawing the water. This area you do need the Translucent Curse as these fucking ghosts. The lower citizens are these skeletons and monstrous blobs, but it's a quick walk to the 4 Kings. I originally walked down the stairs as I was unsure, but learned you can just fall. The boss room is pure darkness. The lore is this is the Abyss. If I lived down here, I would be insane. The 4 Kings have been here for a while. They had a bit of Gwyn power, and the 4 King now gone insane in this area being trapped in the Abyss. But 4 Kings is a lie. I know for a fact I killed 3 of these on these runs was like, okay, bet, there's only 1 left. I got this. And got sneaked by a 5th. Hey, yo, what the fuck? But the trick of the Abyss is in his name. It's supposed to mess with your mind. You aren't supposed to know what's down here. It's supposed to lie to you. But that got me. I was like, oh, 5th? What? Then I moved on to Hell with the lava and fire and beat another Vanguard demon, but he was on fire, and that's really the only difference. I used it to level up to be able to use more of Havel's armor, and then later I made it to the Centipede demon. This boy was difficult. He zones you out all day, and you can't get close as the lava will melt your health. I couldn't beat him at first with his grabs until I found a short corner, and I saw he would chase me into this corner. It was close, but I was able to get him. And then he drops a lava resistance ring. Wow, this would have been helpful earlier. I know what's after this, and it's the Beta Chaos, and I'm not even going to try, as I've seen this boss, and I know what it's like. Good day to you. That leaves me Seif the Scaleless and Nito. Nito was my first choice. I just don't want to do it as the area is filled with darkness. Can't see anything in here. And this is also where I lost 20,000 souls by falling. And I have done it again by falling. But it's not that big of a deal. It was only 2,000 this time. But walking carefully, we make it to a bonfire and an old friend is here. Patches. Up to the same shenanigans. Oh boy, saying there's treasure. Go fuck yourself. Go make some fucking dramas, Patches. But once we're at Nito, he summons all the skeletons, and he will cause poison or bleed buildup. So I made sure to watch out, but also I was not expecting him to have his sword cut through the ground and hit me on the other side when I was trying to heal. But honestly, the easiest of the 4. He jumps with all his skeletons, but my build is just ugga dugga, and they all go down in 1 hit. Next with Seif the Scaleless. He is back on Orlando. I trekked through the Duke's archives until you make the Seifs. Why can't I hit him? You're not supposed to win this. It's bullshit, but it's supposed to get you in this prison, and then you have to run to the real boss, past these crystal golems and invisible ridges. But that brings us to Seif. He had Deathblight with crystals that cover the whole stage. It's a race of, can I kill him before the crystals kill me? Honestly though, you can just stay behind him and you should be good. But on Orlando, there's also 2 more things to do. See, I actually read item descriptions, which I normally don't, and saw that Guinevere left on Orlando and married, so wait, why is she here? Wait a minute. And if you hit her, she disappears and it breaks the illusion. It's in fact Gwendolyn, another son of Gwyn. But there is no more pretty city. It becomes dark and filled with moonlight. And in finding this hallway where Gwendolyn is, he will zone you out, calling you a heretic, using all his magic. But I just used a shield that was magic resistant, and it was a cakewalk. At the same time, there's also this painting with Priscilla, but Priscilla doesn't want to fight you. So I have no purpose doing this. But that leaves the Beta Chaos. Returning to Hell, this is a giant tree who was once the Witch of Izalith. This boss is another gimmick. There is no reset which you die, which is thank God. And you only need to hit him 3 times, 1 on each side and 1 in the middle. This boss is annoying, and not hard fun, but annoying hard. The stage begins to crack and disappear, and he has these limbs that do all the damage in the world, and it doesn't help that you have to go through the limbs just to get to the damage, and the boss run itself is no fun. You're just running through lava. Even when I won, I still lost. But with all that done, that leaves Gwen, the final boss. With all the Lord Souls and all the content, I get eaten again and travel to the last place. I like how the last of Gwen's knights are barely alive or as ghosts to the flames. But in the room, we make it with Gwen. And I assumed Gwen would be making some heavy metal, but no, a light piano, as Gwen only has his battle spirit left. But with all his power, he fights in his insanity. And the flame sword, the heavy moves he gives to me with no time to heal, man, what a boss fight. Every time you walk, and he is straight to the fight. His speed and power, he hits me 3 times, and sometimes I fall before I even make it to the boss. Fuck! Fight, I use what I've learned. I've learned nothing. I've been swinging a giant sword the whole time, and I kill him in 10 hits. And in 10 hits, I become the new lord. I can kindle the flame or leave. I decided to kindle the flame as that's the canonical ending, and as that, we end Dark Souls. Ah, what a game. I see why people love Dark Souls, the world, how every area feels connected and together. You can find shortcuts to other areas of the world, and it creates such an intertwined world. NPCs like Andre and the Old Wizard, Solaire, people who have kept their sanity are not hollowed. I love how almost all the NPCs have a theme, a lesson, goals. They feel like they have their own adventure. I've realized how spoiled I was with Elden Ring. Some of these boss runs, like the run to Pinwheel, the run to Bed of Chaos, I miss Elden Ring and the bosses just being right there. But the charm of Dark Souls is so high. The world, the lights, the area, the story. I'm even missing doing the DLC. The game has instantly made me happy that I'm doing this review. I felt some of Miyazaki's best here. I see this story, the decision to kindle the flame or leave the world. It is supposed to change, and kindling it breaks the natural order, but it keeps the world as it is. And some want that and others don't. A new world where things may change for better or worse, or keep it the same where things are already bad, but you know how bad it is. And it just leaves you with a choice. What do you want to do? How do you want to leave your mark on the world as the chosen undead? Hold up, before we move on to Dark Souls 2. And the last time I uploaded this, I got so many comments saying, man, you should have done the DLC. The DLC so peak. I wish you would have done the DLC. Now, I'm not doing Dark Souls 2 DLC. There's nothing that can make me go back to that game. Not what I've already been through. But since I had the time, I'm not against playing the Dark Souls 1 DLC. Now, I had to go back, revisit some old places, flex my strength on these lowlifes, and then of course run through some bosses, get humbled by one of them. And I could get ready to access the DLC, of course having to complete some tedious steps, the Hydra actively being my biggest roadblock, and kill some crystal guys. And I'm ready. It stands right in front of me. Something that I shrugged off doing, but now it's time. What is it with this game and getting yoinked into unknown places? The first area of the DLC is right into the boss fight. I guess because we already did all this tedious work to get here, they're like, here, have a boss fight, have some fun. It's an easy fight, didn't give me much trouble, simple chimera. I do have to watch out for the poison as every time I fought him I got poisoned. But once I switched to his shield, it was really easy, other than the lightning being very deceptive, and when I thought it missed, it still hit me with a little water effect. But basic chimera fight, I guess they do want the DLC to have a good opening. And that leads us to a next little place of rest, the Olasil Township? And some mushroom people to chat with. Journey further before the next boss. There's this little area, but it's just another tree area with some gardeners. Just don't try to cut their pay or they will cut you. I didn't even know I made it to the next boss. I was like, oh, my bad. Didn't mean to intrude on your tasty looking kebab, Artorias. Great Knight Artorias, the one who stared the abyss and didn't blink. But he did. The Artorias we fight is broken, corrupted by the powers of the abyss, a failed legend with a false tale. That doesn't mean he still ain't a menace. My lord, one of the most aggressive bosses in the game with long swing and quick recovery. He did the Lion's Claw attack, you know, the Elden Ring one, and I thought, oh, dodge once and heal. Oh, so this is where I died. I got greedy and I thought I could heal. Maybe I deserve this hit to the head. Maybe this is life telling me to try harder, that it always has more surprises. And if you just let him keep going, he can boost his attack, eventually being able to one-shot me. I thought, how do I deal with this? Maybe a perfect run, but by some chance of luck. Maybe it was greed, maybe it was luck. Maybe it was the fact that I didn't care what happened. I was determined. That I learned I could stagger his buff, and that made all the difference in finally defeating the legend. But see, that doesn't make sense. Artorias was supposed to be the one to defeat the abyss. Why is it that he seemingly has lost here? I don't know, but of course, I pay respects to a legend and give his soul to a friend so he can be buried. Also, talking to this suspiciously looking BloodBorne guy, he feels so out of place in this game. But if that's like everyone I meet in most Dark Souls, they seem basically raise more questions than they answer, especially with this guy. Everyone I've met before is wearing armor, and he's wearing this suspiciously Victorian stuff. It kind of makes you not trust anyone you meet, but that does make it when you meet people like Solaire, they stand out because you feel like you can trust them more, and they become so comforting. But always, I'm left with more questions about the world that surrounds me. And the next area leads us down the town, and we see these creatures of the abyss, broken, twisted, and insane. Is this what would happen if I don't kindle the flame? At the same time, this shows Artorias was still fighting the abyss to his very last breath. This area is cool. I hate the enemies. Luckily, there is a good shortcut to the very dark points of the abyss with these creatures that look like humanity. Is this what the humans in Dark Souls truly are? Oh, by the way, I know that cat. It's a little side quest saving a young Sif. You are now my puppy. Who will come in handy later. I was delving deeper, I saw these like glow crystals, and for a second, they reminded me of Patches, and I was like, is Patches about to be down here? He wasn't, but it gave me the Patches vibe and just the path. Funny though, even in the dark corners of the abyss, even in hell when everything is lost, Patches is still a constant. In a corner, conniving and grinning. But onward to the final boss of the DLC, Manus. I'm so glad there was a shortcut. Also Sif. Yes, Sif. Now not the big going to stomp me into the ground Sif, but little pupper Sif with a small sword in her mouth. Made the fight way more enjoyable knowing my dog was the one by my side. Even though his massive monkey hitboxes and the freak out could one-tap me. If I wasn't careful, yeah, I could very much easily die. And the fact that he had darkness magic that could cover the entire screen and you had to dodge perfectly or just take that half hit. But in reality, he wasn't so hard to defeat. I'm honestly going to think Artorias was harder. And if we go back to the mushroom, it confirms my suspicions that we are the legend of Artorias. We are the ones who held back the abyss. I'll say this about the DLC, I enjoyed it, but it felt more like a quick boss rush with areas to find shortcuts and run through. Like, the three main areas are not memorable at all. Maybe the abyss a little, but I guess they really just wanted you to fight some cool bosses. I mean, I think Artorias is one of my new favorites, and Manus is definitely up there. But it kind of just seemed like, here's three bosses, go fight them, go have fun. But I still really enjoyed this DLC, and everyone was right. This was an amazing DLC that I should have played at the very beginning of the game, but I did not. And I even had access to it right away. I just thought I didn't. Actually finishes everything with Dark Souls 1, and now we can finally get back into Dark Souls 2. Man, what a terrible game I just finished. Okay, now that you're clickbaited, let me be honest. Dark Souls 2 is definitely a game. Honestly, it's not a bad game. It's actually really good now that I've played the whole thing, but there are just some issues with this thing. It just makes me go, why? Why did we do this? Releasing March 11th, 2014 to the cult following of Dark Souls 1, a direct sequel to the series. Everyone was ready for the expansion of the Dark Souls world. The problem is, it's a bit of a disappointment. I think we put our expectations so high that when it just didn't meet it, players were just really disappointed and started calling this game incredibly bad. Hate that it doesn't deserve. Now, does it deserve some hate? Yes. Is it a sequel? Yes. But it takes place in a completely different area. It's the same world, and you can understand DS2's story without DS1, but there's some context and things bring over from DS1 that help. From the world of Dark Souls 1, you rekindle the flame, and the curse of the undead spreads across the whole world. And undead are traveling to this place, Drangleic, to see if they can learn to break the curse. And that's where I begin, making my character, picking the rogue type build as I thought I would do a dex build. I'll soon learn later that was never going to happen. My brain has been infected with Unga Bunga. But the first and most noticeable change is there's no boss at the beginning to make me feel like I'm worthless. I was expecting it, but that's a, small disappointment right there. As soon as you finish the tutorial, you make it to Majula, the hub world, the Firelink shrine of this world, we meet with our Firekeeper who allows us to level up. This works like it did in Demon Souls, where you have to go to her to level up, and honestly, it's just a chore. It can be really annoying when you get enough to level up, have to go all the way back and teleport, then do it again over and over and over. It's just a small thing, but man, it gets on my nerves. And then the next big change is very apparent. There are a lot of new stats. The classic ones are here: faith, dex, strength. But what is this vitality and ADP? Okay, so this is a little messed up. They separated your equipment load and stamina. That's very annoying. But what is this ADP? It's your dodge roll? You're kidding me. I have to upgrade my iframes? You're actually dumb for this. To get it to be the same as Dark Souls 1, you have to get the number that this upgrades to 96, which is about 15 levels. What the No wonder whenever I dodge something, it doesn't seem to matter. This is some No. Need to give this game a little bit more of a chance. I haven't even played the first boss yet. Let me give this game a better chance, right? Because what I've heard is that you do level up really quickly, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And one thing I've done like is how the weapons feel. The scimitar I got in the beginning, and even the greatswords, they feel a lot more fun than they did in Dark Souls 1. Again, that wasn't really that big of a deal as I'm talking about, as I was level 120 before the final boss, and that was really only doing main content, so you do level up quickly. Now, you also get your Estus right away, and as always, wait, where are my Estus flasks? Why do I only have one? Ah, great, just another thing to add on top. They really make it hard to enjoy. One Estus flask. Yes, you'll find more, but it takes forever to find them. So the first third of the game is really annoying because you only have one recovery. Now, they take another note from Demon Souls. There are other healing items like the grass, but unlike the grass, which is more of an unlimited resource and it's everywhere, this game has life gems, and life gems are few and far between. But I guess that makes up for it? Man, this game just can't do anything else, or I'm just done. But let's just give it another chance. There are some things around here. A weapons merchant, a blacksmith, this NPC with a cool moonlight greatsword, he seems pretty cool. Some other things blocked off that I can't get into. The blacksmith also locked himself out of his own shop, and this mansion that is blocked. But I actually want to go play the game, so I'm going to go to the first area, the Forest of the Giants, filled with basic guards and basic enemies. I did enjoy my time here, but I thought it was too hard to navigate. I ended up doing the exact same thing I did in the last game, which was wing, spear, then halberd. I'm a creature of habit. I'll probably use a greatsword next. Now, of course, this is the starting area, so you're going to get jumped and die. And there's another thing. Of course there's another thing. Every time you die, you slowly lose more and more health. That's the curse. I like the lore reasons, but Dark Souls, can you stop taking my HP away? Took another cue from Demon Souls, because in Demon Souls, when you died, your health would be nerfed. Now, it slowly gets nerfed over time, but it will keep going lower and lower and lower until you go to halfway health, unless you're using this ring that somewhat helps you a little bit. You know, I get it, it's Dark Souls. You get punished for being bad. But like, dang! This game. I then did find an elevator to the first boss, the last giant. A slave trapped here by his own fate, lost and angry, like a lot of the other people in this world. He got me a few times, but nothing crazy. I mean, he was fun for a first boss, but again, a little underwhelming. And after this boss, this game is not clear at all. I don't want to seem like I'm complaining, but even in DS1, it at least felt like I knew where to go, or there were options. In this game, I'm like, where do I go? Or I know there are places that I can go, but they're blocked off by items that cost way too many souls for you. And it just leaves me frustrated. Not fun frustrated like I'm fighting Melania, but annoyed frustrated at this bullshit. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, what I did with this game. I was getting so done with this game. I used a tutorial for some sections, and I know you're like, oh, that's not the real way to play it. It's Dark Souls 2. Come on, don't hate me for it. I'm also not doing everything this game has to offer. Some of y'all will be like, no, you didn't do the DLC, or oh, it's such a game. But I know some of y'all will be like, yeah, it's fair. We just want BloodBorne now. But I went back to a door that was hidden in an area before. I then encountered the Pursuer, and I love this boss idea so much. Not just the boss fight itself, but also what this boss is. See, the Pursuer is just like you. No matter how many times you kill it, it will keep coming back. Not in this boss battle, you unfortunately only have to beat it once, but you'll just be exploring and then you'll get a message, hey, watch out behind you. And you turn around and guess who's there? The Pursuer. Now, I'm not mad about it because his boss fight's actually fun. He has great sword swings, his timing is fun to learn, right? And he has good openings, so it feels fair. But the one thing I did learn, and this is pretty much it for me, there's no iframes when opening boss doors. This game's already as bad as it is with enemies. You feel like you're getting jumped every 2 seconds, and now it's even worse. They make the boss runs incredibly difficult because you either have to go through and kill all the enemies or just pray and hope that you don't get jumped at the door.
They jumping me!
And every time I kill all the enemies, I have enough to level up, and I have to walk all the way back to the bonfire, teleport, and then level up, and just to rinse and repeat. Lack of iframes makes some of these boss runs so painful. This is just dumb. Of course Miyazaki didn't have a hand in this. He was working on BloodBorne. This game is just frustrating to say the least, but I need to breathe. It's still a fun game at the end of the day. I'm enjoying the bosses. It has that typical Dark Souls flair. It is from FromSoft. It is their worst showing in the Souls franchise, but I can't be mad. It's not like Ubisoft's worth showing. But after this boss, I pick up some armor that I used for the main game for the longest time. And I also get yoinked by a bird that takes us to the next area. To be honest, I was having a really rough time here, so I left. And I found Hyde's Tower, my next area. This area looks scary, but in reality, the enemies, you just walk around and you'll be fine. Then I was at the Dragon Rider, another fun boss. Some of his patterns messed me up, but after a few tries, I was able to figure him out, and this brought me to the Wharf. Now, I had some options here. Go fight the dragon at Hyde's, No Man's Wharf, or the Sentinels. I tried Sentinels, but it just didn't work out for me. I could beat the one, but I couldn't beat the other two. I just kept getting jumped. And because I was killing the enemies, every time I even made it to the boss room, I had to level up. And you know what that means? Dragon, I couldn't even get to because I kept getting jumped by all these enemies. So, that meant No Man's Wharf. Now, I had to do this slowly and carefully with the Ring of Healing because there just seemed to be so many enemies in every corner I turned. Oh, yeah, did you know that the version you're playing actually changes the enemies and adds new ones where they're not supposed to be? What? What the actual... So, the Scholar of the First Sin is an actual worse version of the game I've been playing. It just gets worse and worse. No wonder this game has just felt like I've been getting jumped every 3 seconds, randomly invaded by the same 3 people. And even in No Man's Wharf, I don't get a second to breathe by all these enemies. And just another thing this game decides to do. Just, ooh. Is that Guts' greatsword? Yeah. You know, maybe I'm being a little too harsh on this game. You know, look what they're giving me. When I was exploring the wharf, I found the Ultra Greatsword. You know, this game ain't that bad. In the wharf, I call the ship, which gets me to the Flexile Sentry. He either hits you as hard as possible or is really fast. To really mess with you, they were like, oh, so we're gonna raise the water levels during the boss fight, and it's just gonna get higher and higher just to really make things harder. I tried Sentinel again, and they just keep jumping me. Really, the only option is I'm not surviving Hyde's. I was wondering, I know this game has summons for every boss, so where are they? Oh, yeah, I need to be in human form. Okay, they're still not there. Oh, yeah, remember that covenant you joined at the beginning? It blocks summons. Really? You serious? Leaving this covenant, I was finally able to return and reverse jump the sentinels. Get my run back on these fools. They are so easy when I don't have to deal with two of them at the same time. And that means I go back to hides, summon the friend, and it's an easy kill. That dragon is easy. This masterless guy comes here and helps. And then I get to my next boss. Like, Ornstein, what are you doing here? This is most likely just fan service. It's probably not the real Ornstein. Maybe it is, but it's probably just someone in the outfit. Now, honestly, this boss is way easier without Smo. It's cool. It's really easy with the summon. I might also be a bit over leveled. I'm like level 70 at this point. Also, outside of this area, there's just an NPC who's just an asshole, bro. Bro, come on. And he's not the only one I've encountered. I've been roasted for my intelligence, my faith, and now I'm just being scoffed at for existing. I was wondering where the starting area op is, but they're just all over the place. What's definitely different about this game is the amount of NPCs. There seems to be so many, almost as many as Elden Ring. Now, the issue is because there's so many of them, they're very uninteresting and boring. Now, of course, we have
Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal.
and the guy with the Moonlight Greatsword, but there's a lot of them where you're just like, ah, cool, what's up, bro? One of my favorite NPCs is this girl who, when you save her, you can give her any type of armor you want.
What the hell are you wearing?
It's my ass-kicking outfit.
She'll teach you pyromancy, but it also unlocks an area that is required to progress the game. This gets us into our next area with ghosts that I can't lock onto. They really messed me up, as when I first saw them, I was like, oh, it's just people who are also playing Dark Souls 2 for some reason. Nope, no, they were ops. And this area is just filled with the hurt. And things just start to break. Your items will just break. But this leads to the Scorpion, which forgot her name. But she is like the Spider Lady in the last game, just a little bit harder because she's going to zone you out with magic. But again, I just got a summon who is this Chad, and the fight was a breeze. Didn't continue on in this area. I went back to the area where I fought the Rune Sentinels and just continued on, fighting secrets like the Bell Covenant, and then moving further past to the next main boss, the Lost Sinner. This is one of my favorite fights. I love fighting these overly quick knights and the aesthetic of someone who did something so horribly, even if forgotten, they keep themselves here. This is the first Great Soul, and if you'll read, you'll learn that you need 4 of these souls. And these Great Souls are the same souls from DS1, which is where you start to see the continuation. And this is what I mean by it just makes the game better playing DS1. Is you see how these characters' actions from your past and your actions of kindling the flames drag over into this world. But after the fight, you rekindle a primordial bonfire. From this point on, I was using the big Unga Dunga sword, and honestly, piece of cake this game was. I fully upgraded this sword, and it just made things so easy. Wait, this is becoming a pattern. I did this in the last game. Now with our return, the path to the Forest of the Giants is different. There's a new way to go, which brings us to the Dark Forest with these nasty butterflies. Ah, yes, I know what we're going into. Poison! Yay! This Dark Forest leads to the Skeleton Lords, and this fight might have been hard for some people, but with the sword that takes over half the screen, they're all just easily. And I'm so glad this is the only part of the game the wheel enemies are in, because if I had to deal with them again, this fight brings us to more poison. I love poison. You can kind of ignore poison, but the items. I need the items. Even if it means I die. And of course, it's just rubbish. But what if they were good? They could have been good. And then we get to the Covenant Titan. I have nothing to say. This was a nothing boss. Oh, we have more poison, but people that attack with bleed. This game's bleed is really annoying, because if you get bleed proc, your stamina goes far down. But I just ran past all these enemies to get to Mithra, and oh, great. More poison. Her health gets melted by my greatsword, but I die before I can even kill her. There was a way to get rid of the poison. It was by pure accident I figured this out. There's a small oil that is barely visible, but again, you can light it and it knocks out the poison. And with the poison gone, I mean, maybe it took like 8 hits to knock her down. brought us to the lava castle. I really liked this area as the enemies were cool and hard to get past, but the issue was they gave me so many souls, so eventually after I killed them so many times, they just stopped spawning. And that led me straight to Smelter Demon, and this boss was another one of my favorites. He has 3 phases, but all the same moves. I slowly figured out his 3 swings. The one move that kept getting me during his fire phase when he does his down slash, I swear I dodged it. But after a few struggles, I finally got it. Ooh, that felt good. Smelter Demon to me was one of the only bosses in Dark Souls where I was like, man, it just felt good to finally defeat him. And sadly in DS2, there's only a few bosses that made me feel that way. I mean, it felt so good to finally see Smelter Demon go down. It's that feeling in Souls game where you're finally able to beat that one boss that just gives you that struggle. The feeling that you can finally move on. There wasn't a lot of those in Dark Souls 2. But hey, always remember, no matter how hard a boss is, you only have to defeat him once. Now that gets us closer to the Iron King, and man, I'm ready for this. Oh, it's one of these bosses. Honestly, another letdown as this cutscene was so cool, but of course, it's a gimmick fight. Of course I'm going to use a summon for this. I'm not enjoying this fight. But I also did meet a man who would give me some ladders. Much appreciated. Homies are good to see. But I went back to the Scorpion Lady, then found a lot more spiders and farmers with curse. How did y'all get a hold of these? Then I had to fight a church congregation. Honestly, I thought this wasn't even a boss. When I fought them, I was just like, oh, it's a group of enemies. And then we make it down to the spider. Luckily, they ignore me if I have a torch, which I'm glad I learned how to use. And this brings me to Freya. This spider shouldn't be hitting Kamehamehas out of their mouth, but besides that, you just hit weak points. You can't hit them unless it's the head, because their body is just pure iron. Bullshit. It's not fun hard, it's another annoying hard boss. Anyways, returning to Firelink. Oh, what's up, ladder man? He builds me a ladder for me to go to the next area. More rats and poison. Dark Souls 2 devs, what is it your problem with rats and poisons? We fight a rat vanguard, and then we have to follow down an area where you get hit with more poison. And then have to run through the most bullshit poison area with, what are these enemies? And of course I'm getting invaded. Why do I keep getting invaded by the same 3 people? But that gets us to the Rotten. Just really walk around him. I mean, he kinda sucks as a boss. All the main 4 bosses other than Lost Sinner were like disappointing. Like, maybe it's just me from coming off Elden Ring and Sekiro, but DS1 and DS2 and Demon Souls, other than maybe Maneater, are just really easy bosses. But with the 4 Great Souls deads and the embers rekindled, we met by Aldia, the Scholar of the First Sin. His voice is super cool, but he was the one NPC I didn't read, so when a yes or no question appeared, I was like, huh? Well, what am I agreeing to? But that leads us to Drangleic Castle. Our Firekeep urges us to press this on, and the one gimmick I like about this area is these golems that need souls to be activated. So you need to kill enemies around them to continue. I just think that's really cool. Personally, my favorite dungeon in the whole game, meeting the Sandra, who at first sight I'm like, yeah, she's the villain. Then fighting 2 dragon riders, but one of their health was abysmal, so it didn't even matter. Then exploring and seeing past bosses and enemies jump me while I'm activating this golem. And then this bringing me even further to the Mirror Knight. Oh, he was really cool. Another one that actually gave me some trouble, but I like him. Pulling some form of character from an alternate world or a reflection to fight me was really cool. And then we get to the prettiest area in the game. And I love when Dark Souls and Souls games use these blue flower areas with these glows. I feel so at peace if I wasn't getting sniped by magicians every 3 seconds. This game may not be the best, but damn its snipers are accurate. After playing a bit of Metal Gear to not get sniped, I make it to the Demon of Song. Easy enough boss. But can only be harmed when its head is active, and that also when it attacks. But when you're playing a build that does absurd damage every hit, it doesn't really matter all that much. And in this journey down the castle, we found the final area in Drangleic Castle, the Catacombs, with these bells that remind me of DS1. and loads of enemies. I dealt with some of them, but at the end I was just like, I'm just gonna run past them. And then it made it to one of my favorite bosses in the game, Velistat. I really like all his swings, and I love how he implores magic to really get you. It was a ton of fun. One of the bosses I actually enjoyed this game, having to find the perfect time to dodge and hit him. I really felt like I was fighting for my life. I got really close to my 5th run, but I got greedy thinking I was playing a dex build. But remember, I only get 3 swings before I'm out of stamina. After this boss, that leads us to Vendrick, the old king of Drangleic. And just like Gwyn, he is beaten, broken, but he doesn't have his fighting spirit. He's not even willing to fight, just walking around in his own shame, slowly, forever cursed here to suffer. It's reflective of the world, this undead curse. People just forget why they want to live, who they are. They do things and they do things and then eventually just give up. Some keep trying and remind themselves of the reasons, and others just sit pondering why they do anything. And all he leaves is a ring, the king's symbol. But do you worry that maybe you'll end up like Vendrick, going down the same path? That does give us the ability to open these doors. I did the one at the ruin path, which brought me to the Scorpion Lady, but a little earlier I remembered, there was a door there, which brought me to this manor with dragons, skeletons, and continuous ogres. I tried to run past them, but I did learn if you kill them once, they don't respawn, and that led to Guardian Dragon, the first dragon fight. I really enjoyed this fight, always left some good running around and ankle biting. Now we're in the Dragon Sanctum. I would say this is the coolest area. Yes, the chasm under Drangleic is the prettiest, but this area is the coolest, just seeing all these dragons flying around. I will say this game did great in the area design. Man, this is just a spectacle. It's breathtaking. But as I make it to a castle, I met this dragon who gave me the ability to time travel. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Dang. Second time Dark Souls has dealt with time travel, but this allows us to see the visions of former giants and get the item we need from the giant king, who oddly looks like the last giant. That might be why he's so hostile when he sees us at the beginning of the game. In the past, we kill him for this item and then return to Drangleic Castle, travel through the last of Gwyn's blocked doors, and then there's a summon who I recognize, the man with the moonlight greatsword. Oh, I'm glad he's here to fight with me. Which leads us to the Watcher and Defender, 2 bosses. My boy helps take out the Watcher and I deal with the Defender. Defender is very unga bunga and the Watcher is a light dex build, but them 2 together works really well, the contrast. But that leads to Nissandra, and well, what a underwhelming boss fight. Really, the only thing of note she does is curse you, which drops your HP, but otherwise, she doesn't really do much in this fight. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but she kind of represents my whole problem with this game. Things are really cool, but a bit underwhelming. Right, like 2 tries on the final boss? Maybe my build's just good, but that's not what I'm going to assume. Kind of just my whole thing with Dark Souls 2. After I got momentum and passed all the issues at the beginning of the game, things weren't bad, they were just underwhelming. There's a lot of things this game does that are really annoying, but at the end, just a bunch of minor issues that don't make this game bad, but just make it okay. It's not the worst game I've ever played, but it's not the best thing. There were things I liked, but there were things attached to the things I liked that made me dislike it. I liked a lot of the NPCs, like the map man who you find who wanders about himself and then finds this map that's his dream. Or
With Gavlan, you will.
I like how the world feels so much more alive. I love seeing the areas. I wish the game was a bit more connected, like areas led back to Majula and DS1. Some of the small ideas it did, like the golems, giving this girl armor, and the enemy variety were impeccable. Except the NPC invaders. It was the same 3 people over and over and over. That got on my nerves. I was seeing the invasion and was wondering, like, when are you going to learn, old man? It was a lot more like Demon Souls in most regards. A very straightforward and linear path, having to basically going, here's this area, go explore it. Most of the bosses were also underwhelming. Some I loved. Funny enough, it was all the ones that wielded swords and like hand weapons that I actually love. But you know what? I'm glad this game tried something new and failed, as sometimes you just have to mess up to make something great. And great things came out of this, as the next few games are about to blow my mind, and I know it. But with my disappointment, I go and take the throne. But unknowing, funny enough, I'm just repeating history. There were other options, but I was so focused on finishing the game, I ended up like Vendrick, blindly following the Firekeeper, telling me what the right path was, even if I didn't feel it was right. Even if the Firekeeper is good, that fear of ending up like Vendrick is real. And I think what Dark Souls 2 is trying to teach us is never forget. There are many NPCs in this world who forget their name, their purpose, like the Map Keeper. They wonder why they're here. Like Vendrick, who lost his purpose and reason after all the mistakes he made. And I think the player can fall into the same path. The game makes it clear we are here to find a way to break the curse, but end up just continuing the curse's cycle without knowing. Now, yes, there is another option, but if you're so focused on the task ahead, you forget why. And as humans, we do that a lot, forgetting our meaning and purpose when we're so focused on moving ahead. We never stop and wonder why we were moving ahead.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
BloodBorne, a sort of spin-off title in the Souls series. Now, you can make some arguments that these games do connect, but for my sake, let's say they don't. BloodBorne, coming out March 24th, 2015, commissioned by PlayStation to make an exclusive FromSoft title, as they kind of realized, ooh, we messed up. And from this new partnership, something was born of the blood. BloodBorne, one of the best and people's favorite Souls game. It's definitely top 3 for me. This game does so much right that even when it does things I dislike, I'm like, you know, it's BloodBorne. I love this game. Taking place in this area called Yharnam, deserted because of this blood-sickened disease that has turned everybody into these abominations. These creatures undead, their teeth falling out, their skin raggedy. Oh wait, are we in Britain? In this game, you play as a hunter, tasked with cleansing this blood-sickened place. Our very first cutscene is getting roofied by this old man. I hope I consented to this. You awaken in Yharnam on the first floor sick room. Oh yeah, this game is already going to be different. The first thing I noticed off the bat is the messages and bloodstains are these little skeleton boys. And our first real challenge is this wolf creature that just does not give us a chance. All of the enemies are these deformed beasts. Like, yeah, we get this kind of stuff in Dark Souls typically, but not at this level. Everyone is just a monstrosity that shouldn't exist. Now, luckily, we're here. Of course, this wolf is supposed to kill us, as we only have our bare hands, but no. I can take him. I could not take him. But that leads us to reawaken in the Hunter's Dream, where we can actually get my starting gear. I chose the axe as my first weapon. I like the range of the axe. And I found the saw later, but honestly, I just did not like the saw spear. Then, oh, my favorite part of this game, the gun. Oh yeah, this game is different. This combat is some of the most fun in any FromSoft game I've ever played. First off, every weapon is called a trick weapon, so technically there's 2 weapons you can switch between, with massive charge attacks and crazy combos you can use when you're switching between weapon styles. And of course, the best part, the gun. Now, later there are different guns like flamethrowers, multi-guns, literal cannons that you can hold on your left hand, but I stayed with the basic gun. And the best part about it, if you shoot an enemy just at the right time before they attack, you get a nice, clean stance break. This game's parry. Oh, and it just feels so good to pull that big iron on my hip out whenever someone's running towards me. Just cowboy style, quick draw them right in the face. And if you do parry them, you get a big visceral attack. Just put your hand right in their chest and shove it right out. Now, bigger beasts can't parry with the gun. I'm gonna try. Unfortunately, the game's devs understood how broken the gun could be, so they made bullets a limited resource. but almost every enemy drops them, and it's really hard to run out of bullets, as you can always just stab yourself and get more. That also brings me to the healing, which is also a limited item. I don't really like when they do this, but it's not that big of a deal, as there is also another way to heal if you're quick enough. When you take damage, you can hit the enemies and recover health. And this is so cool because, again, it relates to the theme. Bloodborne. Everyone has been made by the blood. So, of course, when they bleed, it's the same blood that's healing you. They also can all be bought from this fountain in the Hunter's Dream. Now, with actual gear, we go back to Yarnum and explore deeper, meeting the basic enemy of a British person. One thing I really like about these enemies, other than the pairing, is they have live voice acting. They're screaming at you. Like, they think you're a beast. Little do they know. Another thing is, people you can have dialogue with, you typically don't see their face. Now, that could be because they didn't have enough time to make all these NPCs, but I feel like it adds to the world that most NPCs who aren't hunters are hiding. They're inside. They know not to go outside. It makes it feel so isolated. And it is quite a refresher when you find a friendly NPC. Well, of course, until you learn they're a bit of a psychopath. My exploration and cleansing left me to level up, and I found these lamps. They're like bonfires. But I really wish you didn't have to return to the Hunter's Dream every time you wanted to level up. I keep saying, Dark Souls 1 had it best. Also, you can't travel between different areas without returning to the Hunter's Dream. And if you gain insight, you can then go level up at this doll lady. First thing I notice is this game does not have a lot of stats. Strength, Dex, Vitality, and Endurance. Those are the main returning ones. And then 2 new stats, Arcane and Blood Tinge. These 2 are helpful for your gun and something that comes later, but I really didn't upgrade these at all. It's kind of shocking how little stats there are to upgrade. Well, that just left me to explore, and these areas are very interconnecting. You could walk between every location. Again, everywhere is walking distance if you have the time. Thing I did see when exploring this whole game is that weapons and armor are very few and far between. Now, I think it's a bad and a good thing. Why I think it's a good thing is because all the armor in this game can be used equal. There's only a few items that are really worse than others. And same with weapons. All the weapons are equal. So whatever playstyle you want, you can play with. But it does kind of beat the exploration a little bit up because you're not finding a lot of new cool stuff. You're finding so many cool new areas, but new items, new gear, you're not finding a lot of those. But early on, I found the Hunter's Drip, which is this cool-ass Hunter's Cloak, and it's the same gear you see on the box, and it's really what I used for the whole game until I got the cowboy hat. Even for the majority of the game, I used the same weapon. I started with the axe, but as soon as I got the Kirk hammer, it was Unga Dunga from the way out. I was also able to just stick with the Kirk hammer. I didn't need to switch between any other weapon because the Kirk hammer just did its job. And on another path, I found my first boss, the Cleric Beast. I spent about 10 minutes trying to figure out how to parry him, and then gave up, and I was like, alright, he's just too big. A very fun first boss, very large, and a lot of detail. Also the phase change, which brings out more of his beast. But with a few Molotov cocktails and a lot of blood vials, I was able to beat my very first boss. This also leads to inflation. What do you mean the vials are more expensive? Now, it is a smart move to make things more pricey as the difficulty does go up, as all the blood just basically acts as souls. It gets a little annoying when you die to a boss and you have to grind for all the blood vials back up again, and you spend most of your time just grinding for blood vials. Now, there is a solution to that I did find later, but I'm not at that point. And even further down this swamp of shit, I find Father Gascoigne. I love this fight so much, because he is a hunter, but I can parry him. But also, the boss room isn't like a normal boss room. It shows that he is a hunter. Like, he's not just a boss, he is hunting you. You will run away, but he will chase you. And he then turns into a beast. the old blood consuming him, which makes this boss even better. The only thing I found weird was how I wasn't doing as much damage in his beast form. I'm like, you know, honest to me, like, just show how much damage I'm doing. But with him shot in the face, I can now move on. We then make it to Old Yarnum. There's a sign on the door, and it would be great if I knew how to read. And as we entered, we're told to turn back. That would also be great if I cared. What are you gonna do about it? You're just some old man in a chair far away. Oh! So, Old Yarnum is basically bullet hell as I'm running through trying to make it a boss. Now, fortunately, I do eventually find a shortcut where I hop on some roofs a little bit, and this gets me all the way down to the blood-starved beast. Boss fight is, as it sounds, a blood-starved beast coming right at you from the get-go, slashing and attacking. Now, honestly, first phase is not that hard. Phase 1.5, that's where it starts getting tricky. Of course, once I add poison to this boss. But if you got the right dodge timing, you got that. It's the final phase that gets me. Just standing near it induces poison, and it builds up so fast. And that grab, it gets me every single time. And at this point, man, I was completely lost. I had no idea where to go. Then I saw this item that said open the main gate. And after, no lie, maybe an hour of retracing my steps and going back to find people, I did eventually open the gate. But during this time, I did find this clinic lady who said send people to her so that she can help them. And I sent a few thinking, oh nice, there's some good people still around. And see, I forgot one crucial part of all Souls games. Everything ends in tragedy. Tracking to the gate, I do eventually get killed by some random bagman, and I awaken somewhere. Now, I saw, I have no chance here, and I leave after I see the damage. I do explore a little bit, and I come face to face with Harl. I walk in this arena like maybe this is a boss arena, but you know, we'll see. And then this giant electrical dog just jumps down. I'm like, yep, I'm not ready for this. After I did open the gate, I did go back to the Hunter's Dream, and I used the item, the Chalice Dungeon item, which allows me to do the major extra content of the game, the Chalice Dungeons. Imagine BloodBorne, but it's a maze with unused enemies, random level design, and it's completely optional, but it is fun nonetheless. It allows you to see more bosses, and if you really explore, go fan-made dungeons, which is how people have looked into the code. They've also found a lot of unused content, but by seeping into these chalice dungeons and making some weird combinations like the Cumfucks, yes, that's his name, which is the best blood farm in the game, are people finding unused bosses. Chalice Dungeons feels like FromSoft saying, hey, you want to see what we can do with too much free time? If you complete the Chalice Dungeon, it's like an extra 15 to 20 hours worth of content. Never-ending maze, and you just keep going deeper and deeper into the insanity, more and more, until you lose yourself. I made sure I did not stay long in there. I went back to the gate. I found a little side path at the cathedral, and after dealing with the high rate knife crime and dirty teeth, I make it to the Witch of Himnik. And man, this boss is annoying. It's an optional boss. It just summons more enemies and runs away. There are a lot of bosses in BloodBorne like that, because me saying that, you've probably have already thought of like 3 other bosses. These bosses aren't hard or fun, more like a chore. But with this defeat, this does allow us to equip blood runes that's a buff to our character. More vials or resistance to things. And stepping back, there was a boss I completely missed, and it was right in front of my face. Vicar Amelia, someone with the healing church who has become the beast he was so hell-bent on killing. And if you look in the lore and you see how everyone's tainting the people and abusing the world, trying to become something greater and tried in every way, but then just lost who they were. Her ideas consumed them, and then they reflect that consumption by becoming a beast. She's turned into like an all-white reindeer and sends these giant slashing attacks all over. This boss fight, I did start using my Wayne weapon of choice, the Kirk Hammer, a sword that can become a massive Ugga Dunga hammer. I just can't escape it. But she is easy. If you get behind her, you can get a good few clean hits off. The only issue is she has such a good design that the hairs are moving all over the place and you can't see anything. I got hit half the time just because I didn't see the move coming. He goes down and we get the adage of the game. To fear the old blood, born of blood, but do not understand the blood itself. And that brings me back to Paul. I'm coming for you. With these Kirk hammers, I break every bit of those limbs, and he goes down so easily. How do you like that, you Blanca wannabe? And now there's this door, and what's on the other side? I gotta continue this magnificent game. Wait, I've been here. Oh man, I'm lost again. This game is so easy to get lost in. I'm dead serious. I have no idea where to go. I'm like, Now, it's not as bad as Dark Souls 2, as exploring BloodBorne and trying to find any secrets is so much fun. Unlike that other game. Still, after an hour of just backtracking, I find this side door and I'm looking at myself like, it was so obvious. How did I not see this? It was right in front of me. That gets us to the Forbidden Forest. Just tons of nice, hospitable town folks. No issues here. Just ignore the abhorrent horrors in the swamp. Pay no mind to those. And that brought me right to the Shadow of Nyarnam. An easy boss. If you space properly, kill the zoner first, then take out the katana guy. Very easy. Now, my mistake was I only did damage to the zoner. So phase 2, those two both started ranging me out, and it became pretty difficult. Not super difficult, but a little. With some right timing and some right zoning, I was properly able to finish this boss. Now, this is where the game begins to change in two ways. One, the enemies, and two, the land. You're very used to just blood-starved beasts who eat you alive. And then I start to see these abhorrent horrors. The world starts to be bigger. There's a difference, right? It's no longer just beasts and monsters. You're starting to see these outer gods. I would say exploration changes. Before, the game wasn't very linear. It was linear, but there was a lot of hidden paths and other things. I would say at this point on, there's not as many hidden paths. If you're just going straight earlier, you're gonna miss a lot. But now I feel like your progression is pretty straightforward. As I said, the horrors continue. In this next area, we get these little insight drainers, this resource. At first, I didn't really realize what it did. I thought it was just, oh, this thing I can use to buy more lightning papers. But it is actually such a cool mechanic in this game. It's your knowledge of the world. And the more insight you have, the more truth you can see of the world. Like, for example, the doll is lifeless unless you have one insight. And some enemies just don't appear if you don't have enough insight. Like, you're too stupid to see them. This area, there is a man who gets killed, so I can't get the Lorn dump because of this pendejo. But I guess I just jump in the water and, oh, it's just a spider. I can handle that. Oh wait, this is a boss battle? Alright, bet. Is Rom, a spider boss whose main gimmick is not fighting us and sending more spiders to fight us. If you're not careful, these spiders will jump you, and later phases, it starts to rain ice and murder you as quick as you can. This boss killed me so many times, but it's so damn annoying. Like, please, can this just be over with? His massive health and how you have to run around him to hit him as his head is too strong to hit and doesn't do enough damage. It's one of the most tedious boss fights in the game. Not the most, we'll get to that guy later. This is one of my issues with this game. It's very minor though, but the bosses are just 50-50. Either so much fun and an incredible challenge, or these gank enemy fights with weird gimmick like Rom or the witches. I'm glad FromSoft learned from these, as it's hard to enjoy these bosses. Lore-wise, I enjoy this boss entirely, because this completely changes the game. Killing Rom reveals the horrors of this world. With our insight, I begin to see how truly this world is. And this lady, who is she? What is happening? Everywhere I go, I hear this faint sound like a child crying. I just want to smash my elbow in its face. After Rom, we return back to Yharnam and the churches. The moon is filled with red. Blood creatures that shouldn't exist in places that I've already seen. People have changed and turned worse and worse, completely losing all their humanity. They no longer talk or yell, but just scream. This is the change of BloodBorne. You go from a hunter just doing his job to exploring the unfamiliar horrors of this world. These lesser gods known as Amidalas try to stop us. Bell ladies reviving fallen enemies. It's almost too much. This does lead us to the next boss, the One Reborn. A good reference to good old Tower Knight back in Demon Souls. Kill the lady shooting at you, the tower, and then easily deal with this mushed together blob. I don't know. Kirkhammer was just too good at destroying this boss, man. Any beast-sized boss, the Kirkhammer just deals with easily. With one swing, I break all the bones in this body. A little teleport puts us in a brand new area with mini pearls, stone throwers, and this frenzy. I can't seem to shake it. It makes me go insane, and then all of my health is gone. The area is quite big and very interconnected, but fortunately there's a lot of shortcuts that lead you back to different places, and that leads us to Mikolash. And oh man, this boss is very different. He just runs away. It's like a maze, and he keeps running, spouting this nonsense till he eventually stops and you can just pummel him to the ground. Now that's not bad, but it's phase 2 is where things get very annoying, as he's now starting to jump through these mirrors, teleport, and it's not that bad. It just feels like he's running at random places, and when he eventually stops finally, you can fight him like a boss. But he has two moves, these tendrils, which aren't hard at all to deal with, or this magic move that can insta-kill you, and now you have to begin this 10 to 20 minute process again.
Here, Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
I have his voice lines memorized. It was that bad. Every time I went to the boss, all I could think was Mikolash when I catch you, Mikolash. My first few attempts, I didn't even beat this boss, and I just got so done with this fight, I left and went and did all the side content, like finding the Vile Bloods in Cainhurst. This Castle Cainhurst feels very much like a Dark Souls area, not a BloodBorne area, but it's a nice chance to explore this area and the boss. The most secret area is the boss is even a secret to find. To get to this area, you have to go to Isavska's clinic, which is another secret area, kill her. I had it coming, you realize what she was doing. And to get to the secret boss, you have to do some platforming in the castle, and you find Martyr Ligarius. I really enjoy this fight, because at first he just tries to zone you out with these skulls, and then he starts using his sight. Fortunately, he's one of the few bosses that you can shoot in the face and get an easy visceral attack. I love my gun. Now, I do need to be honest with my viewers real quick. Starting at this point, I did use the Cum Dungeon. Now, those who know BloodBorne are like, I see. And others are like, the hell is the Cum Dungeon? I talked about it earlier. Alice's custom-made dungeons could be made, and this one dungeon was made by fans and has an easy 80k farm. Now, I only used it for blood vials and bullets, so I didn't have to grind for hours. And then I went back to Mikolash, and thankfully after a few more times I finally got him. Ooh, it felt so good just to smash his head in. He starts to pick up a little bit. This next area has a ton of high level enemies, right? Like the Shadows of Yharnam come back as basic enemies. And this child just gets louder and louder. And then we get to Murgo's Wet Nurse. Honestly, I'm not ready for this boss. I kept getting one-shotted by that one spin move. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. So that means back to Cathedral Ward. And you go up to the higher area of Cathedral Horde, and I love this area. It's the most horror-induced area out there. It's completely pitch black dark. There's the enemies who suck your insight, and you can't see them coming. And there's also my favorite, the wolves. Every second feels like you're just running for your life or trying to hide from anything. Nope, not doing that. But that leads to the Celestial Emissary, a bunch of children who have been tested on and have become as close to elder gods as people could imagine. It's similar to Fool's Idol, where there's just a bunch of clones, and then the main one, of course, doesn't have a health bar above its head. I just don't like these gang fights, like I said earlier. And that brings us to Abritus. This boss was so easy. I think I was a bit over level and first tried it. This mac and cheese looking elder god was too easy. And oh, I have one more.
Oh, Amygdala. Oh, Amygdala. Have mercy on the poor boss.
Honestly, I'm worried for this Amygdala. This stone area with more frenzy and poison swamps. I was wondering where these were. And that brings us to Amygdala, but again, this fight is nothing with the Kirk hammer. All those bones breaking feels so good. And lastly, I think I was ready for Murgo's Wet Nurse. I leveled up a little bit, and I was able to learn the pattern so that one-shot move never got me, which led me to phase 2. It starts to bring out this smoke, and I wanted to chase and hit it so badly, but I realized that's not a good idea, and I should just be dodging and waiting it out. Oh, finally the noise can end. Now, I did hate the noise of the baby, but again, I love the lore. After Rom, the lady we saw was the mother of this baby, born of Celestial's need. This baby was born of blood and undone by the blood. Now, typically, this would be around the end, and I would go fight the final boss, as the hunter's dream is now on fire. But I kind of thought of this when I was doing all the other videos, is I've been getting a lot of comments of people asking me, hey, you should really do the DLC. Hey, don't miss out on the DLC. So guess what? A Hunter's Nightmare. That's right, we're getting the DLC territory. The Hunter's Nightmare, the DLC for BloodBorne. You wake up here after getting hit by another Amygdala. Wake up in the Hunter's Nightmare, a punishment for hunters of the old church. I love this area as all the enemies are just hunters and even more starved beasts. But what's so good is everyone is variable. This DLC also has so many more weapons to discover and collect, and it's a lot faster than BloodBorne. Now, I didn't use any new weapon, as I just kept with the Kirk hammer. If it works, it works. Test out the weapons, and they were a lot of fun. But after our bit of exploring, bit of parrying, shooting some people, we get to our first DLC boss, Ludwig. This man has been referenced the entire game, and seeing what he has become is horrifying. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but the first time fighting him felt way easier than next few. I heard a rumor that the first time you fight a boss it is easier, and I don't know if I believe that. Damn, did it feel true for this boss. After dealing with his blood-starved beast form and figuring out how to dodge his jumps, his wild slashes by basically just hugging his right, he comes to his senses after fighting the Moonlight Greatsword. Ooh, the one weapon in every Souls game. You love to see it. But this phase becomes way harder. Faster, he has flying slashes and a beam attack that if you get caught in, you're dead unless you're a little lucky. But with a lot of skill and the right timing, Ludwig gets crushed to his second demise. That leads us on to the tower to show us the horrors of the healing church. These people are begging for a Lady Maria in pain and suffering. People, the horridness. And at the end, we see what I assume to be pre-celestial emissaries, the living failures. A group of test subjects turned into more monsters. Again, a bit unenjoyable, because guess what? It's another gang fight. And it has similar moves to Rom with these meteors, but this was just a prereq before my favorite boss in the DLC, Lady Maria. And oh, I love this fight. The bat, you see her vampirism come over, her blade starts to slash, but you know what? Everything is parryable. And I learned those parry timings easily. I see when you're pulling out those delayed attacks. What do you think this is, Elden Ring? 2, she covers her blade in blood, making her slashes way more far-reaching. So you really have to find the dodge timing because parrying is very difficult, and 2.5 adds fire, but no matter, it's all parryable or the same to dodge, and I take that health down. I did struggle with this fight, but I was smiling at all times as it was so much fun just getting ready to viscal her chest wide open. Now that leads us to the fishing village, where all the issues have arisen. The fishermen are turned, the pound is abandoned, snail creatures jump scare you, fishermen lost to elder beings, and at the end of it all, a creature. At the end, mutilated, destroyed, but something comes out of it. A child, the orphan of Cause. The technical true final boss, the fight. It almost looks like Cause is sporadic and random, jumping all over the place, and his weapon is like an organ. His insane rage is hard to tell what he's doing, but I learned how to dodge. Always dodge in, don't dodge back, you're gonna get hit if you do that, unless he does his ranged attacks. He can be parried, but it's so hard to get a good one off that you just end up dodging everything. And phase 2, just give up on parrying. This is probably the boss that killed me the most. Took me days to finish off. I find the best way to learn Cause's moves was not actually watch for the moves, but hear the moves. He yells, and those are quick tells to tell you to dodge. And I eventually, with a little luck, I beat Cause. And I will destroy his soul, ending these problems. Now earlier there was a cleric beast just chilling, and I wondered if I got the item to activate this boss, and oh yeah, we're ready for this. Now funny enough, people said this boss was the hardest boss in the game. Honestly, I didn't see that. It's just a cleric beast at the first phase, and in phase 2 it cripples itself. And what I found is if you just tank the lava damage by going behind it, you get 3 to 4 hits while taking minimal damage.
You at the foot of the great tree.
I can finally move on. There was something I did throughout the game that I haven't said about. There's the umbilical cords that you could get by finding secret areas, and eating these way to get the true final boss. And I did have to look up to do this, but I didn't want to miss anything out in BloodBorne. But now it's time for
Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
a hunter like us, but he does not want us to leave the dream, suffer the same fate as him. But I'm sorry, man, I gotta fight you for content. And maybe I shouldn't have. When he starts parrying my healing, I know something was wrong. He fights just like us, but better, faster, stronger. His gun can counter anything we do. And then he shows his bloodlust. And he starts to get even faster than he already was. But with some right times dodge and some more Uga than he can handle, send him down. Now, the god that trapped him here forever to be a servant comes for us. But since we did eat those umbilical cords, bathe this elder god, and now it's time for the final boss. Honestly, this boss felt unfinished. It attacks like Parl, and it has that one move where it takes all our health away, but it's just for show, as it doesn't move, and you get a free hit, you can regain it all with blood. Honestly, what they should have done if you did find the secret boss, if you lost to the secret boss, you would still have Ammon. That would have made it easier, right? The moon presence was just meh. It's a little disappointing that that's the ending. I would have rather honestly not known about the moon presence and just fought Ammon. I would have had a way better ending in my head to the game. It was easy, probably because I already beat in the DLC, and that probably made me a little over level. Ammon was way better. Finding the times to parry and not getting parried yourself, it's like a pleasurable stress for a duel of equals. Moon presence was just like, oh, I'm gonna Uga, and I'm gonna Dugga. But BloodBorne is as good as people say. It has been a journey through the horror. Every turn there's some new abomination. The combat is one of my favorites so far. Easily being able to switch through your weapon stance and shoot people in the face. And you really can get into it using other weapons, cannons, and everything else. The storytelling through the world. Seeing it start off in this gothic-inspired horror. Like things medieval would tell other people to scare each other. But then seeing the root cause of all this inhumanity. Something non-human. Seeing this world slowly turn into cosmic horrors the more and more you explore. And the more insight you gain. Damn, was this an incredible game. Now all I really have to say is
Are you
PlayStation,
cold?
Miyazaki, BloodBorne 2. Final game in the trilogy, the world of Dark Souls, finally finishing the story of this tragic world. We return to the land of Dark Souls 1 and 2, going full circle and finishing this burning world. Releasing March 24th, 2016, this game was in the works since Dark Souls 2. There's been so much love and care put into this game, like all the other Souls games that have come before it, but selling more than 3 million copies in the first few weeks. I am ready to begin the finale of this trilogy. In the games before this, everything was bad. Undead were roaming the earth, kings and queens holding on to their last bit of control, but you know, you could see there was some hope of it getting better. In this world, everything is just and castles crumbling to dust. And solely just because people keep rekindling the flame. The first flame trying to preserve whatever bit of the world and somehow keep the status quo. But all it does is just make things worse. The world awakens, trying to get someone to rekindle the flame. One more time. Awakening Lords of Cinder and Ashen Ones. An Ashen One, someone who has tried to rekindle the flame, but failed miserably. Their mission to try again, rekindle the flame, collect the Lord souls, ones who did rekindle the flame and the world brought them back to rekindle the flame once again, but they're like, nah, I'd rather not, seeing their efforts were in vain. Already, I love this world and lore. It's a continuation, but the amount of times the flame has been rekindled is unknown. You get to see old areas crumbling to dust, broken right in front of your eyes. And my main man, Dingus, is ready to take this on. With the merchant class, I put my precious boy in the world. I cleared through the tutorial, didn't give me any trouble. The big frost litter did kill me once or twice. And now on to the first boss, Gundry. I don't have much to say as I wrecked him in my first attempt. But I did think his transformation was sick, even though the damage I did was crazy. I do like having the whole taking the sword out of his heart to activate the boss. I definitely see him as a challenge for newer players who've never played a Souls game, but since I've been on the high of BloodBorne and all the other games, he falls way too easily.
Bye-bye!
Now, Old Firelink Shrine is... And wait. Move! What's up, big dog? My goat Andre has returned. Oh, and yeah, the Firekeeper. She's cool. I love how this game has so many callbacks to old enemies, the Black Knights, the Death Knights. If I see my boy Gavlin or the latter NPC, I'm gonna freak. Firelink is, of course, the hub world. You level up, Andre levels up your weapons, and Estes Flask, Witch Lady who sells us items, and NPCs come here over time. One thing I am noticing though right off the bat, it's not like Dark Souls 1 where it's very interconnected. You do have to teleport to each area, but it's not that big of a deal. And at the Firekeeper, I see how to level myself up. The stats are almost identical to the ones to DS2, except thankfully they got rid of the stupid ATP. Human is also here, but that's also used for FP. And one more thing, Vitality and Endurance. I still don't know why they separate these two stats. It doesn't make any sense. And also here, of course, there's the Dark Souls normal of the one who has given up entirely and wants everybody else to loathe and pity with him. Also, right off the bat, we get Estes Flask, and we immediately get 3. Thank you. They learned from DS2. But now we must journey forth. Rip, there's an enemy to the side who has an Uji Katana. I'm definitely killing him. Thank you very much. I really wanted this weapon. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to do a strength build this game. All the games before have been strength build, except really Demon's Souls. That was more of a faith build, but it played like a strength build. I'm not going to do a strength build this time. And on to Lothar we go with my samurai sword. Damn! why is this area so hard? Like, I'm on the high of killing Gundry first try, and I was just like, man, I got this. As soon as I hop into this world, I am humbled immediately. Dragons, high-level knights, locked door. I thought I was like that, but turns out I'm just not. I do like how Dark Souls 3, there's a lot to explore in each area, but every area does feel like its own place. Nothing is interconnected. Like, you teleport to every area, but unlike in DS1, where everything loops back to each other. It feels very disconnected, but I think that's because of a lore reason, because of time and everything just folding back into each other. So you're going to find everything in this area, and if you don't explore, you can't even move on after the first boss. And the first true boss, Fort of the Boreal Valley. Someone cooked here. Not boss battle wise, very standard boss, does ice attacks, runs around. Second phase starts doing quick rushing attacks and short AoE ice damage. Fun nonetheless, but easily. I entirely mean the music. Like, you enter this boss with the mindset of, oh no, what did I just get myself into? And then phase 2, you know what, just listen. This is only the second boss in the game, but they're composing this orchestra like they're trying to revive Beethoven. Well, like I said earlier, this area makes you explore, because if you didn't get this banner from this old lady, you actually can't continue the game. I wonder if anyone has just given up at this bridge, like, bro, I don't know where to go. There's nothing else. I wonder how stupid they must have felt. To the undead settlement. The part of the area when I'm just casually walking and then I get sniped out of the sky. Thanks, game. But after a long trek, we make it to the old Greatwood, and the boss, you gotta squeeze his balls. I'm serious, that's what you do, and then you cut his hand. This boss took me 2 tries, but the whole fall to the ground gave me a mini heart attack when that happened. Now, taking the other direction, we journey on an elevator with a friend. Oh, you're a Knight of Katarina. I remember, y'all. And he's so nice. He helps destroy a demon, and then he... And that leads us to our very next area. Oh, my favorite. The Poison Swamp level, the mandatory Poison Swamp area of Dark Souls. Slow and steady while I'm slowly losing my sanity. Ooh, cool sword. So during this area, I found the Artorias Greatsword. And I know how I said earlier I wasn't going to do a strength build, but this is like a dex strength build. I can use this okay for now, right? Once I get the washing pole, it'll be fine. I'm just going to use it for a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, strength is just so much fun in these games. Just hitting so hard and just ugga and dugging. And especially with the additions of the special move ability that they have added, it makes it so much fun. The Uji Katana did have Iaido moves, and I think that's so cool. But Artoria's straight sword just gives me a shoulder ram with it. My painful experience in the slow insanity of the swamps let me get to this Crystal Sage, who just spams magic in my face and then runs away anytime I get close. Then clones itself and runs away more. After the Crystal Sage, I honestly forgot where to go, and I randomly stumbled across the next area. I do remember in this area the DLC was starting here. I see this man groveling on the ground, and he asked me to take his hand. I get transported to Disneyland, but we'll put that on hold for now. The old castle with giant, more slow movement. Oh, cool, another Katarina Knight.
I am a knight.
Oh, you also must just be as friendly as the other guy. Wait, why is your voice so different? And why do you want me to cross this area with treasure? And why are you so nervous? It's Badges, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. You know, I know your fucking game. I know your game, but I'm gonna cross the bridge anyways. You're a bitch. But after giving obviously bait it, the next boss, Deacons of the Deep. An interesting gank fight as the deacon becomes a different priest every single time, and then eventually fuse at the end, and they start healing each other, but also me, which is weird, but no matter, they die all the same. One thing I've noticed about exploring this game though, and especially at the poison swamps, is there's really high enemy variety, right? In the poison swamps, you got all these different enemies, dogs, these people who are trying to cut you up, these giant Godzilla-like creatures that I'm not gonna mess with. They look like mini Vicar Amelias, and I don't need to deal with that. There's also just enemies that will take their own life. They're gonna rush at you and try to blow themselves up. There's these burning towers that's blocking this door I passed earlier, and getting rid of the fire opens the door, and the first true lord, the Lord of Cinder, the Abyss Watchers, aka the Jumpening. These Abyss Watchers are past ones who have lit the flame. They follow in the steps of Artorias, fighting the Abyss, but they saw all their hard work meant nothing and the Abyss was still corrupting people. And getting up fighting, some have lost their sanity to the Abyss and end up fighting each other to the death, trying to stop the spread of the Abyss. It starts with one Abyss Watcher coming at you, and then another, and then another. Wait a minute, he's fighting for me! Let's go 2v2? That's such a cool idea. A part of the boss is just fighting with you. And after you murder these Watchers, they fuse with fire and start attacking with a flame burning sword, bodies to a crisp. But his moves are very similar to what he did in phase 1, so it's not that hard, you just have to play it a lot safer. And with the first of the 4 lords defeated, well, technically 3 as one of them is already here chilling, who also gives us boss weapons. But one thing I do want to cover is that all these bosses I've beaten with 1 or 2 attempts. Now, I don't want to blame Dark Souls 3 for saying it's too easy or this or that. I think it's just a matter of I'm too good. Now, I'm not saying I'm some godly gamer, but I've been playing all these games back to back. The challenge kind of fades, like hopping from spending hours fighting Cause to this. I think that's just natural progression. I'm so used to these mechanics in games, it's no longer this challenge. I know how to optimize builds and easily get there. It makes me think, were these games ever hard, or is Miyazaki just wanting us to really learn and explore the worlds around us? We can't just mindlessly fly through the game. We have to spend time finding new weapons, knowing the best possible options, reading item descriptions, really be immersed in the world. And if we don't do that, of course the game will be difficult. So, is Dark Souls even hard? Yes, of course it is, because this next area can go burn itself alive. The Catacombs, skeletons, and more, and anything but you! Spirit Halloween has taken over. And nothing stays dead here, but there is this old NPC friend who wears the DS1 armor, and oh dang, she's lost her friend. You know what? I will do anything I can to find your friend. Nothing bad is gonna happen to you. But the next boss, High Lord Wulnir. One of those giant bosses, you just break his cuffs on his hand and he takes massive damage. But one thing I do find really cool is since this is an Abyss creature that's made to fight the Abyss, does more damage since he is an Abyss creature. And I just thought that was really cool. Now, with the small doll I got earlier for killing the deacons, we appear in Ithriel of the Boreal Valley. This area is so cool. Other than the BloodBorne dogs chasing me. And this high priest ready to run the fade immediately. You do get to pick your path, as you either go straight to Pontiff Sullivan or you skip around and go to Yorm. I started with Pontiff and was like, oh, this is where the difficulty spike goes. Pontiff is this game's Ornstein and Smo, a boss that ramps up the difficulty to show, yeah, it ain't sweet no more. His long strings and damage is super high until we get to phase 2 where he clones himself and the smoke comes out as quickly as possible. You'll have no time to get hits in, especially with a strength build, since he can recover so fast since you're dodging him and his clone. Honestly, my one question is though, why didn't you give him Vort's theme? Like, it makes way more sense for him to have Vort's theme and Vort to get Pontiff's theme. Like, it would just be so much cooler. But after finally getting humbled, I then go fight Yorm, and I hate this area. I hate this area so much. It's just a Diddy party. You're just running around and they're looking at you, and it just makes your health disappear. And the cages and the prison cells. Why was Diddy here? But that does get us to Yorm. Now, he's the Dark Souls fight of grab the wind weapon and go to town on him. And wait, my goat, he's here! Obviously, throughout the course of playing this game, I was finishing his quest. And the absolute final part of his quest is he fights with us against this boss. Now, does this trivialize the fight? Yes. But was it hype? Very much so. Of course, I let him get the final attack and took a cheers with my friend. So, back to where Pontiff was, and this area leads us to tragedy, and only tragedy. Honor Londo, and all I see is pain. Is this what you wanted, Gwen? Your giant dead, your son or daughter, turned into a beast eaten by someone else, and no, it can't be. I said I would find your friend. I said I would help. Just pure tragedy in Honor Londo. And the boss of this area, Aldrich, Devourer of God. This boss just spams magic until you die and then teleports away. But their magically actually hurts. It feels like a harder crystal mage, especially those arrows. Having Radahn's arrows in a small room is kind of difficult. But killing this monster, we get no, not again. Oh, hey Emma, how are you? Oh, that good, huh? And you are immediately thrown into the dancer. No time to heal, no time to think, no time to do anything. With all the souls you just had, I was freaking out so much trying to pop a homeward bone as quick as I can. I was like, oh, get it, go. Luckily, Dancer isn't very aggressive in phase 1 unless you hit her, so you have enough time to get out of there. Coming back, phase 1 seems slow and easy. You just dodge around those few hits, get a good few swings in. But phase 2, she starts being crazy, hitting those 10-hit combos. She's doing strings. If you can't dodge right mid-combo, you will just die. But, I mean, it's as simple as just dodge in a lot. So I knew what to do. Now, at this point, I knew how close I was to the end. So before I continued to the main quest, I chose to do a lot of the side content and side bosses. So after Dancer, I went down in this next area and ooh, he looks like a BloodBorne dragon, and he is just straight tweaking about his son. Ooh, bro, he doesn't even exist. Get over it. Osiris, right? The next boss in this game. Honestly, he really isn't that hard. He does give me a cool emote that I wonder why a boss is giving me an emote, but he's super simple. Easy boss. And further down this area, wait, why are we in the starting area? Oh, this is kind of cool. You get to go back to like the starting area and fight a lot of higher level enemies, and then at the end there's Gundry again. Oh man, I know I beat him in the first try, but Champion Gundry.
He's different, man. He is a menace. If he wasn't nerfed, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Sword ain't even the worst part. The worst part is the hands and his legs. He keeps kicking me with them like every 5 seconds. I'm getting punched or kicked. Like, bro, chill. But he ain't gonna sugarcoat it. Every time I dodge and I think I get a clean behind the back strike, he just kicks me in the face every single time. But once you beat him, there's a Firelink shrine with some really sick high-level items and ooh, eyes. Oh, hey, Firekeeper, I know you wanted some eyes. I know you needed them. Now, backtracking really far,
After this, I go to the Burning Lake. Now, this area can be a 20-minute in and out adventure, straight to the boss, dodge the giant worm, or 1 hour of pain and suffering of just wandering and wandering and wandering. But the old Demon King is the next boss. I was definitely over leveled for this. Felt a little too easy, and even his fire barely did damage to me. But again, that's probably because I had no idea where he was originally, and then I just absolutely pounded him. Back to Lothric Castle. This area is really quick run past some knights and dragon, and oh, this boss looks sick. Ornstein? Man, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Now, I don't think this is Ornstein, but it's just the armor. And again, even with all these buffs they give him, it's just not as cool without Smo. But he is fast and right into the pain. He is literally just the same boss as I always fought, just heavy attacks that are just going to knock a lot of damage out you, but are very unsafe for him. And then immediately we go into the next boss, the final Lord of Cinder, the one who refused to kindle the flame. Lorien and Lothric, the twin princes. Lorien starts off easy, but he starts off running up straight to you and teleporting every 5 seconds, hitting with a high beam attack. Once you knock him down through the easy dodge timing, his brother comes now for phase 2. He does about the same things but with more range, and if you kill Lorien without killing Lothric, he will get revived and you gotta fight him again and again. Now, I did use a summon, but I thought the summon was an NPC summon, so I was like, oh, NPC summon, let's go. And I don't think it was, because I was using the Sun Covenant, and I think this was someone from the Sun Covenant. Now, I kind of wish I didn't, because I didn't get the full experience of the fight. As someone came in and helped me, and after the fight, I felt like I could have done it myself, and I should have done it myself. It was still fun nonetheless, but summoning that NPC almost took a little bit of the enjoyment away. I would have felt better if I really had to struggle and do it all myself, that I deserved to win, and that I didn't just have someone else who's already done it come in and get the win for me. Now, I know I said I was going to do all the side content, but there was one that I just wanted to save for last. As people say, this is Dark Souls at its best. Now I don't get 30 comments going, you should have done the DLC, you should have done the DLC, you should have done the DLC. Let's hop into the painted world of Arendelle, the same world in DS1, the frozen tundra filled with the unwanted and abandoned. I'm not gonna lie, first DLC was kind of boring. It felt way too quick. I ran through it in maybe 2 hours. Like, I ran through, found the gate, ugga-dugga, found the prison, fought the knight, freed the girl, and on to the final boss of the DLC. You may seem like, that seems kind of rushed for your review, but that's exactly what it felt like for me. In and out, 5-minute adventure. For detail, I mean, there was the Gravekeeper and Gravetender boss, which I think was really cool, fighting that giant wolf, but it wasn't that interesting because both of those enemies I've seen in the other world. One was a normal NPC, one was a giant wolf. The Frida girl at the beginning, she's pretty cool. You kind of talk with her, she talks about things, and then at the very end, you get to fight her as the final boss. This is a cool boss. First phase, she does stagger really easily, so you can just bonk, bonk, bonk. She does disappear and then try to crucify you. But then you go on to phase 2. That creature in the back screams at the top of his lungs, Father Arendelle, and helps her with fire. You get like a cool fire and ice combo as you gotta fight them together. It's just like a cool iteration of Ornstein and Smo. But take the fire dude as he is slow, and if you're like me doing a strength build that I never dropped, you can do full charge attacks and really get a lot of damage on him. Now, if there is a phase 3, I'm walking out this door. Nope, 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 I'm done. I can't do this. Nope, nope. Life gets black flames and she starts to range you and hit you with frostbite everywhere. You know what?
maybe I'm gonna do this later. You do meet this painter in this DLC, which sets up everything for the next DLC and makes it 10 times better if you understand her story. But the second DLC, the Ringed City. God. This place is so cool. Now, when you play this, you do need to think of the DLCs not as two separate DLCs, but as one. The Frozen Capital leads right into the lore of the Ringed City. You are in Drung Heap, the true end of the world, and Gale, the man who brought us to, well, Disneyland, directs us and tells us it's okay to fall. These giant pits that would normally kill us, he's directing us, telling us, go, you'll be fine. I like this idea of an NPC sending us messages, letting us know everything will be okay. Even if you're getting beamed by these death angels and there's more poison, he's like, keep going, keep pushing. And when you get to the first boss, it's a massive drop. And he's like, yeah, bro, you got this. You're good, you got this, you'll be fine. And then two bosses appear, and I'm sitting there like, I will, Gale. Twin Demon Princes. I like this boss as you have one that will zone you out and one that's close range brawler, but they can switch their roles in an instant and both do the same job. The poison thrower is quite annoying, but he's the one you want to take care of first, because if you're trying to fight the brawler and do damage, but you're having to watch out for the poison attacks, you're gonna have a bad time. Now, the brawler will constantly chase you, but you can run away from him as he just fails like a random beast. So you just kind of run to the poisoner's shot pin. When they switch, you go back because that gives you a lot of time to hit. Now, I was kicking their teeth in until they came back for phase 2. Yeah, this phase 2 was something else. I don't know if I was under-leveled. I mean, I was only like level 70 at the time. I don't know what it was, but I was getting my ass handed to me. So I was like, yeah, I gotta save this for later. I didn't want to do this now because I did want to save this for the very end of the video, but it's the only thing I could do in the moment, and it's the reason I killed Osiris, was to get to Archdragon Peak, where one boss stands above the rest. This boss is so weird to get to, and it took players forever to discover. You have to emote next to the specific dragon statue with a specific emote you get from killing Osiris. Oh, first things first, we have a gimmick boss to kill. This dragon is very lame. You run around him, you dodge the fire, don't get burned, and then you jump and one-shot it without even trying. So much fun. But I do get summoned after this fight. And I like this area because there's this lady summoning other NPCs to fight each other, and it's like we're trying to fight each other to prove who's worthy. A fight to the death to prove who can truly fight the final boss. And after that, you're right at the bell. I'm told not to ring the bell if I want dragon form, but I don't care. Ding, 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 ding. Hello, hello. Oh, that's why they told me not to ring the bell. But the boss I've been waiting for, Nameless King. Everyone speaks of him as being the true final challenge, the hardest boss in the game, the unbeatable forgotten son of Gwyn, the tamer of dragons. And he's not that hard. Yes, did he kill me a good few times? But he just wants you to be patient. His first phase is his dragon, and this fight is not hard. Got a lot of good few hits in, but you just find when it spits the fire on the ground, you get a lot of charged attacks. It takes a lot of chunks. My only issue is there were a lot of jank hitboxes in this fight. Like, you want to hit the dragon head because it does the most damage, and I can clearly see my sword hitting, but it doesn't respond or trigger. But this fight ain't even supposed to be the challenge. The next fight is where it's truly at. Nameless King. So much fun. His large swings that could cover more than just the whole screen. Lightning to rain from the heavens. But a lot of people say he's the hardest boss, and I'm just like, he's your average Elden Ring boss. Slow attacks with staggers that mix you up. 3 to 4 hit combos, and you just have to dodge with correct timing, like most bosses in the Souls game to come after this. All Nameless King is, you just gotta respect the Nameless King. You just can't get greedy. You gotta respect Nameless King. Yeah, he killed me a few times, but that's because I was greedy. I just have to let him do his 20 hit, 40 hit combos before I get my opening. I was sitting there like, this is the depths people were talking about? Like, this is what people struggled with so much? Like, I'm struggling more with Freed than this. But back to Demon Princes. And Phase 2 was a piece of cake this time. I think Nameless King made me rethink how I played the game. Before I was just mindlessly swinging this sword, but after Nameless King I'm more patiently waiting because it finally got to me, oh, what I'm doing is not working anymore. I need to change. But that leads us right to the Ring City, and oh, it's so beautiful. I love Dark Souls areas. They always look so cool, but this area is just, oh, it's so nice. Now, it is kind of rough with these ring knights, and also the very first thing you see is hundreds, and I mean hundreds of ruined sentinels sniping you to no escape, making me play Metal Gear to get past this. And further down the water area, oh, they ain't done. I came across someone wearing Dragon Slayer armor, and bro, when I tell you he would not stop chasing me, I would look back and think, oh, I'm safe. And then all I hear, I just hear something over here. Yeah, I'm getting out of here. Run past the dragon, give him the Mufasa treatment. Next boss, I'm gonna be honest, forgot his name. I beat this yesterday, so I don't really know. It's because it's a gimmick fight. It's either an NPC summon or someone else to whoop your ass. Like the monk dude in Demon Souls. Now, I like this, and I don't. It seems like a cop-out, but it's also really cool. But as someone who doesn't play PvP and doesn't build maximize, this bores me. It's really annoying when you actually do get a player and it's just someone min-maxing and they just one-shot you. Right after this, I get to fight my genuine favorite boss in this game, other than the final, Gale. Man was guiding us, helping us every way, telling us, you won't jump, no balls. And he has lost himself, trying to get pigment for the lady to help save his world, the painted world. Both DLCs were building for this final moment, for an amazing fight. Phase 1, quite easy to learn. When he jumps, dodge in, and that's where you get a lot of good hits. But he is fast, and if you miss time, you are getting hit hard. Phase 2, we're getting real. His non-stop crossbow and his cape pimp slapping us if we don't dodge perfectly. And final phase of this fight, he starts bringing out flying attacks and bringing out skulls. These skulls summon lightning, so make sure you get out, because if you stay too close, you are going to get melted by this lightning. And who allowed this man to hit me with the spin attack, jump, mag dump, massive slam combo? Who is letting this man do this? I studied him hard since I was having so much fun. I was fighting him like, that's 3, that's 4, I can dodge that, -2, +3, learning the framing like it was a fighting game. With the final few things, I give Gale's work to the painted girl and can run to the ash and finally finish this world. The flame, the final boss, the cindered one, the power of all who have kindled the flame into one boss, the souls of the cinder. And I love the first phase, and it's different every time. It uses weapons and skills from across game, basic straight sword, coiled sword, magic, and I swear to you, someone here has to be a fan of Tekken. As when the Souls of the Sinner gets the katana, you cannot tell me this man is not hitting Yoshimitsu combos. Bro, they ain't even trying to hide it. If you pass this first test, a familiar note plays. Oh, of course. The first who kindled the flame, the one who started this all, Gwyn. He's basically the same, except an insta-kill combo, so make sure you watch out for that when he starts swinging like a madman. But it's the same as DS1. Dodge the jumps and wait for the right time. But the fact that everything comes full circle from DS1 to DS3, the power of Gwyn is still holding on, still holding this world together. Gwyn is still trying to hold on to what little he has left even after death. But if you see the suffering of the world, this mashed together abomination, and the hurt of the final boss, it's just a fusion, a gross amalgamation of everything that came before it. Something that has lost its peak, a shallow version of its old self. You even see it in the armor. It looks like a burnt version of the DS1 box armor, broken through fire. But with all I've seen, Dark Souls 3 has taught me one thing. we have to let go of the world. So let go of things of the past, and we need to accept the change. We can't hold on to what's left. We have to let go. And that's the same with this story. We're letting go of Dark Souls, moving on to the future. That's what this game has taught me. Sometimes things need to be changed. Let go. Yes, it may work out at the start if you don't change things and keep the status quo, but eventually you'll see things crumbling and you'll be forced to take this change. With the Firekeeper, I decide to not kindle the flame once more.
Will dance across the darkness.
And before I go, I do want to be honest. I don't think this game is hard. I don't think any Souls game is hard. And playing this has just made that more clear. These games are just knowledge checks. The game is designed to test if you know what you're doing, if you learn the combos, if you practice, if you're taking it patiently. The game doesn't want you to rush through the game, right? It wants you to take things patiently. It wants you to see where things are. All Miyazaki wants us to do is not speed through his game and complete it, to really experience everything he built. Just to say you did it because you beat it doesn't mean you experienced it. You probably rushed through as quick as you can. He wants us to take our time, explore, learn, to let go of our preconceived thoughts and to let go of the need to just do something, but to just experience.
Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is not a Souls game. On this journey of looking at every single Souls games, I've made it to my favorite Souls game of all time, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Honestly, looking at this game, I wonder, why do we even consider this a Souls game? It's almost its own thing. Yes, it has some things that make it similar, but it's almost in the same vein of saying Hollow Knight is a Souls game just because it's hard. And don't get me started on the people who say that in the first place. This is my 6th or 7th playthrough of Sekiro, as when I originally made a really horrible video 2 years ago, I was addicted to this game. I will die on the highest hill in existence to say this game is the actual best game of all time. Nothing, and I mean nothing, beats this. Not even Elden Ring, not even God of War, not even Breath of the Wild. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice is the uncompeted with best Souls, also not a Souls game, of all time. When Miyazaki was in the studio making actual fire, he looked at everyone and said, what if we took our Souls games concepts that we've been doing for years and mixed it with Metal Gear? And he did just that. Sekiro has a lot of focus on stealth, as you are a shinobi sneaking around and yoinking people into the shadow of death. The second thing I feel this game does differently is the focus on story and lore. Don't get me wrong, Elden Ring and Dark Souls does a very well job at the story and lore, but it's typically second to everything else in a Souls game. Like, in a Souls games, you're just some dude who's pulling up into a destroyed world. Really just in Dark Souls fucking around and finding out. But in Sekiro, every boss you fight, every enemy, has some kind of relation to the main character Wolf. They have connections to him in some form of way. There's history, stakes. When you fight the first boss, you're not just fighting him to fight him. You're trying to protect Kuro, your master. As people want to use his power, this fight is not just about you anymore. It's about the fate of the world in Sekiro. You're not in a world that is falling apart. The world is falling apart around you. Every action seems to have more consequences because of this. And another part of what makes this game so good is you feel a deeper connection to these bosses. It's not just, oh, this boss looks really cool, even though they do. It's, oh, this boss is the reason why I'm here. Oh, this boss has been controlling me this whole time. Other than the stupid monkey, he can go eat his own. The setup to the story is also so good. First, we see Father Owl, who took you in as a child during the Great War, and he sets in our mind the rules for Wolf. We must obey him
as our father, and then our master is a close second to obey. And that is Kuro. And he's such a small child, but also so wise. And it's obvious he's been in war his whole life. This way, as a child who has only ever seen war and the corruption of man, but still tries to see the good in people. Immediately after this cutscene, all you see is Wolf broken and destroyed. He has completely given up as he has nothing left to live for. His master is supposedly dead and his father is dead, the only two he could ever obey. He never chooses things for himself, he only ever does what he is told, until he learns Kuro is alive. What's crazy is even if you eavesdrop on enemies, you can hear them say, "Why would we chain him up? He has no will left to live. His master is gone, Owl is gone. Why would we do anything? He's not going to."
Nothing but a coward, unworthy of our concern.
And immediately after that, on a gameplay perspective, this game immediately hones in stealth. That stealth comes first over combat. Don't have your sword, you have to sneak around to find Kuro. So again, in this masterclass of game design, it puts in the player's mind that stealth comes first. Combat is second. Once we make it to Kuro, I see something in Wolf that really reflects the game. Wolf never lived for himself. He cannot make a decision for himself. He can only do something his father or master told him. Otherwise, he will not act. He is a servant to his iron code that his father instilled into him. But we finally get our sword, Kasubimaru, and now we can engage in combat, and oh, it's so much fun. The stealth is actually a major part of the combat, sneaking around and getting death blows, taking out enemies quickly and swiftly. The next major mechanic is the parry. Any attacks can be deflected and blocked, and with the right timing, making an amazing sound that hits your dopamine every single time. And you parry enough, you build up your enemy's posture meter, which builds right into a death blow. Which brings me into the topic of sound design, probably the best sound design in any game. When you're sneaking, you hear this calm sound, and if you get caught, immediately upbeat combat music. And every deflect, every block, every death blow feels so good with this UI. And dying, you feel like it's a punishment in this game. In Dark Souls, it's more like making fun of you for dying, like, you died, loser. Sekiro, it's like, you failed. Now the world falls into ruin. The next thing I'm seeing that immediately makes this not a Souls game is stamina. There is no stamina. You can strike forever, but what you see is that you don't stagger enemies. Are a lot stronger, and most of them in general. So it makes it so you have to block, as if you don't, the amount of damage you're taking is brutal. You to play the defensive game, and this idea is another reason why Sekiro is so good. Shinobi are known to be able to strike and hit a lot of times, but they're glass cannons. They can't take a lot of damage, as well as other historical warriors could. They relied on different skills like deflection and swift and quick movements, just like in Sekiro. Ooh, it's just so good. Now, not every enemy you can just stealth your way out of. Most mini-bosses have multiple health bars that mean you have to do a death blow and have really good timing where you can parry. This is where the main mechanic of this game comes in. Posture meter. You can deflect enough and do enough damage to get a posture break, which gives you death blows. This is the main way to defeat enemies, is a posture break. I don't look at the health bar when I play Sekiro. I look at the posture bar. I can break that down, find the right timing to parry just perfectly so I can get that posture break and get that amazing feeling death blow. Well, for the purposes of this review, I will not talk about every mini boss, just some, as I'm already pages into and we ain't even gotten past maybe the first 15 minutes of gameplay. But meeting mini bosses does give this thing called prayer beads, which is where the second deviation of Sekiro begins, and why this game is also not a Souls game. There's no leveling system. Yes, you can make yours stronger in a lot of different ways, which I will get into later, but you can only level health and strength in Sekiro. You can't change your weapon, you can't upgrade stats, you are stuck in a dex build. When I play this game, I don't see a Souls game. That I know the basics, we bring Kuro to an escape route, and it's time to test my skill, the very first boss, Genichiro.
And as I said earlier, every boss has stakes. If we fail now, Kuro will be taken and forever used as this tool for destruction. But this playthrough is playthrough number 7. Genichiro, I have him on luck. Come here, you whiny little emo. Well, I guess I wasn't good as I thought I was. Genichiro kind of cooked me, but to be honest, when this is your first fight ever, it's no cakewalk. He is an actual test of game knowledge that you won't have enough time to learn in the time it takes to get him.
Is that all the shinobi has to offer?
We are saved by the one who originally told us Kuro was alive, Emma, the creator of our health item, the healing gourd, the main source of healing. She was tasked to help us by some unknown benefactor. Giving her gourd seeds though will also help us with more healing. At the same time, the sculptor, an old shinobi who has given up and can now only make statues of Buddha so he doesn't lose himself. He gives us what's called the shinobi prosthetic tool. This has 2 functions. Number 1, having my favorite type of traversal in any game. Swinging, being able to grapple from place to place and swing like Spider-Man, it just makes me happy. Now, it's not as crazy as Spider-Man, but still, being able to grapple places in any game, you just have me sold immediately. But it also gives us Shinobi Prosthetics tool that can really make playstyles through this game very different. I only ever really used the firecrackers and shurikens through all my playthroughs for quick staggers and posture build, but there's so much more. The fan, the raven feather can make crazy combos. The axe and spear change how you play, but they are the limited resource as you have to use spirit emblems to use these, and they cost money in the game and can only hold so many at a time. I'll have to save Kuro, and it's so funny that this game changes so differently. There's such a sense of urgency. You have to get to Kuro fast. In other games, it feels like you can just, I'm gonna go over there for like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go over there for 20 minutes. Oh, this boss is destroying the world? I'll worry about that later. In this game, you feel as like you have to immediately act in this first part of the game to free him from Genichiro. Getting through here, I died of course, it's a FromSoft game, it makes sense. But when you die in this game, if you look at the title, Shadows died twice, you have built-in revives, and this is what's called the Dragon Blood, an immortal blood that can keep reviving you forever. This is why everyone wants Kuro, for his immortality. Now, there are consequences of dying. Of course, half your money is gone, and you lose skill points that disappear. And if you abuse revives, people begin to get sick. It doesn't really have any consequence to Wolf, so why would he care if some random people are getting sick? But it's a piece of morality. Why should we heal these people? They're just pawns. But it's also people who help us on this journey. So our failures don't consequence us, but it consequences them instead. So of course you should try and help them. There is a way to reverse these effects, but it's optional. You can just let these people die of a sickness that you induced, or you can save them because they're the ones taking the brunt force for your incompetency. When you die, as I said earlier, you lose skill points. This is what you use to level up and get new abilities that makes the combat so much fun. At base level, it's simple dodging, strike, parry. But then you get things like the Makiri counter, and that's the first thing I always get. I can't imagine playing this game without that. Any thrust attacks, you dash forward and you just step straight on it. And it also helps you get an easy counter to one of the unblockables. You also get new weapon actions where you can do certain abilities that are just so cool to look at. Like at the late game, you start doing crazy things. If you combine all these skills together, do crazy stuff. Mixing that in with your shinobi prosthetics, it makes this game almost look better than a movie when you're flowing all this combat stuff together. Now, the first area, the Ashina outskirts, the dregs of the world. It's so sad to see this was once a residential area overrun by warriors due to this war. This old dimension-running lady who gives us a bell for the Buddha she thinks were his son. A vendor who seemingly knows who Wolf is in some capacity. And then, right before we can move on, an ogre who uses only unblockable grabs, launching us 2 million miles high. See here, the people are suffering due to the war. It's the same as using the dragon's blood. The main players aren't suffering, it's everyone around them. Now, on the other hand, I don't know why these people are living near this giant snake. Another stealth area. This game shows a lot of these, and I love these areas, especially when I get to strike that snake permanently and scar him. Now, after stealth and basic combat, we fight the first main boss.
My name is Kyobu Masataka Oniwa! As I breathe, you will not pass the castle gate!
I'm never going to forget your name. I love him so much as he's a servant just like us. Wolf, who is only following the Iron Code. And him, Yobu, is only follow the order from Genichiro. I love that I can use the grapple to chase him down. And whenever you parry that giant spear, he staggers, making it so good. It also teaches you a lot, like jumping over sweeps attacks. Funny enough, I thought I would beat him first try, but I am seemingly seeing I am not like that. I still did it in 2. From here, there's typically 1 or 2 things that are the options. Now, you can either use the bell at the Buddha statue and go to the past, or Genichiro. And at this point, I typically do Harada Estate. Harada is Wolf getting his memories back. So gotta go back to the past and and this area serves 2 purposes. 1, to get a load of shinobi prosthetic tools. 2, to teach you how to Makiri counter extremely well. There's this enemy right here with a thrust spear in your face, and until you can get a good Makiri counter down, you are not leaving here. Being the main mini-boss of the area. Now, there is this drunkard you'll fight, but you fight this boss 1 too many times. After this, Lady Butterfly is the boss of this area. Quite an easy phase 1. It's very easy to parry her, but she does use her legs, so the timing is different, and shurikens that you do have to watch out for that can do a lot of damage, but are easily parryable. Just watch for when she jumps and grabs you, and then throw a shuriken when she's in the air. Now, phase 2, she has all these spirits she summons and makes them disappear and chase you, and it will melt your health bar. I was not doing well at all, and so I was like, you know what? Genichiro. I'm here for it. Traveling through Ashina Castle, the main area of Ashina. I returned here many times, and this castle looks so good. The main castle looks so cool with how big it is. Now, the first mini-boss of the area, Blazing Bull, this boss breaks almost everything the game has taught you. Don't parry, as you'll take chip damage and get burned. You can't jump or hit after counters. Honestly, I just used the firecrackers and kept staggering it for big damage. Main area of Ashina Castle, it's so funny to go through. You're just climbing up these towers slowly and slowly, making it to Genichiro, and these shinobis just come down, burning blaze of glory. This area does have a lot of high-level samurai, but what's funny, and I don't know if this was intentional, the supposedly higher-level enemies are way easier to beat as they have control and predictable swings, but the obvious newbies that are shown by their visual designs are actually harder to beat. But I don't know if this was intentional, but I just saw it and I was like, it's kind of cool. They make the ones who are so planned and concise that are probably overthinking lose easier, but the ones who just come in swinging are the ones who are actually harder to beat. We do also fight another mini boss before this that does give us some knowledge I'll get into later. And that leads me to Genichiro, who of course is looking for the dragon's blood. He wants to make Ashina better again, and he will stop at nothing, even if it means killing innocents. He's corrupted by his ideals, and we prepare for battle. And this time, Wolf seems more ready. Subtle detail, the first time you fight Genichiro, his stance isn't fully there. He's not ready to protect Kuro, but now he seems more prepped and ready. Just like in the garden, Genichiro starts off swinging long combos that mix in the bow. It's better to dodge the bow and parry the sword swings attacks. It's slow, but it works. Phase 2 is very similar. He mixes up his combos and with some thrust attacks that give me an easy Makiri counter from some good damage. But since I was able to react to Phase 1, Phase 2 isn't much different. Now Phase 3, you see how corrupted he is. The look of his body, it's not healthy. This is what his obsession has led him to. This corruption in his body, this insanity. Now this phase is free. He does what's called a lightning move. He jumps in the air and throws lightning at us. Now, this could just destroy me, but since I looked at the scroll, I can parry the lightning and send it right back at him. and this makes it so free, but it's very risky. Mess up the timing, and I mean, I'm just dead, basically. But get the right timing, jump up, and swing that lightning right back at him. Oh, it feels so good. Kuro is safe. Wolf and him can flee, as that is his task, but it's curious. Kuro sees a better option. He wants to get rid of the dragon's inheritance, as he sees what corruption it causes turns man into monsters. We learn of how we must head to the divine realm with the mortal blade, a blade that can sever immortality. We do need this knowledge from Ishin, who Emma says has been spotted near Gyobu. We need a Tengen, who takes interest and gives us a name. He will call us Sekiro.
That is what I shall name you.
The task he gives us is kill some rats, small creatures that break my back, until, oh, no, hold this. Then Ishin appears in his room and he calls me Sekiro. I mean, it's kind of obvious for us as viewers to be like, yeah, that's Ishin. But for Wolf, it's such a shock. It's so crazy how Wolf doesn't put 2 and 2 together. Like, we all do easily, but it shows Wolf is still a child that Owl found. Just becoming a killing machine. Just put into place of Ashura, a demon killing machine. And we are threatened that Ishin will put us down if we become that. It exemplifies the whole thing of Sekiro. Killing can lead to more consequences. Makes you wonder and think, like, most people you kill are just these random and scripted people who don't really know how to fight, and you just come in and slice their head off. I did quickly return to Lady Butterfly, and her death was swift. And then we get revealed why Wolf has the dragon inheritance. After his fight with Lady Butterfly, somebody with an incredibly long sword stabbed him in the chest. I wonder who. And Kuro revives us. We do have some options. As talking to Kuro, he lets us know we need 4 items. 1 is missing, but the locations of the other 3 are known. The mortal blade, guarded by the monks, the flower in the outskirts, and 1 more in the depth. So we're basically in Act 2 of Sekiro. This is where the game picks up. Wolf has another purpose. He's picking what he wants to do for himself. When talking to Kuro, he only thought to leave, but Kuro is giving him a purpose, a reason to live, to keep fighting. I went to find the flower as I forgot where each area led. In this area, I just kept getting shot. It does teach you to listen for sounds so you can parry the guns. But these snake guys, they keep sniping me from miles away. And further in, I did get to the Fronswaft Poison Swamp area. But thankfully, it's skippable with the grappling hook. And, oh, no, I'm not doing that. Not the monkey. Anything but the monkey. Out of all the bosses in the game, I still feel like it's the hardest, which is why I will return to this fight later. Yeah, I'd rather go into the depths than fight that thing. The deep in Ashina. Listen to the insanity and jump down the giant hole. Another snake eyes, are you kidding me? But anyways, there's also another reason why you skip the monkey and go to the monk, because if you don't, you have to fight 2 monkeys at the same time. And on God's green earth, I am not doing that. I did it once and never again. That monkey. Anyways, Mibu Village, the fishing village that has been corrupted by this monk from the divine realm, showing that the dragon's blessing may be more of the dragon's curse. This area is a quick run through. The enemies stagger easily. There is a cool mini boss who's incredibly hard, but that leads to the corrupted monk, who can be one of the easiest bosses to cheese. But if you take the boss seriously, it can be quite difficult, as you feel like you're parrying for days. But with the correct shinobi tools and right timing, you just absolutely cheese this boss. My next task was the Mortal Blade, and another place that Ashina shoved off, not wanting to deal with the issues. They should have fixed, but they pushed it under a rug and let it swell. But you start to find out they do a lot. No wonder there's constant strife. The pretty castle is an illusion for the brokenness of Ashina. The monks do kind of deserve to be outcasted, as they are experimenting and try to recreate the dragon's blood. Their gatekeeper is the epitome of a strength build. You can't damage him at all, you just have to push him off the ledge with the correct stagger. This area is a quick, fun journey. It's really fun to explore as it feels like the area where you are a shinobi the most. It's almost as the monks never knew you were there. They also use their hands to parry us, which is kind of crazy. And they have these Beyblades that they use that are always in groups of 2 or 3 that just break my posture. But when I first played this game, I practiced parrying against them, so it makes it really easy to fight these guys. And that leads to the folding screen monkeys, a boss fight entirely made around stealth, almost like a Metal Gear fight. A play on see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, as they each have an attribute: hearing, sound, sight, and of course the invisible one that's always following you. You're supposed to use the rooms that have their weakness, and it makes it easy to kill if you know what you're doing. This can be a 2-3 minute boss fight if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, you'll be here for hours just losing your mind. But we meet a girl who is like Kuro, a girl experimented on, the last of her kind. And wait, does that mean the knight we were fighting, he was fighting for his son? His son might already be dead? Oh yeah, every single one of these monks deserve to be killed. She does gives us the mortal blade, and since we have the dragon's inheritance and are the only ones who can wield it with our immortality, she sides with us. She wants to also sever the immortality and gives us ways to do so. Now, first things first I'm saying is this thing is busted. It's really the only ability I use just because it does so much damage, and it doesn't even cost that much spirit elements. It melts people's health so easily. We also unlock our first ninjutsu, Blood Smoke. When you backstab, there are 3 different in this game. This one gives you a smoke screen that lets keep up your health. There's another one that allows you to control people. And there's one that you get for the Shura ending, which gives you blood connected to your sword and increases your range, basically making you fight like Sephiroth. With nothing else to do, I'll fight the monkey. Oh, this fight, bro. Oh my gosh, it just gets to me. This stupid ape just hangs around like it has no brain and goes up in the air and throws its shit on me like it's dunking a basketball. Near impossible to parry timing, and these grabs that do so much damage. I'd struggle with this fight so much, and it's still, to me, the hardest fight in the game. And it does something even worse. When you beat it and cut its head off, you get the shinobi execution sign where you're like, oh, it's finally over. I can finally leave. And that tells you you won. What does it do? Get the fuck back up, and it grabs its head and the sword you slit its neck with and starts swinging it. When I first played this game and I saw this, I couldn't. I genuinely couldn't. This is worse than Phase 3 for Freed. Phase 2 is a lot more reasonable to dodge. Mortal Blade, I melted his health. The only issue is this scream. They'll insta-kill me if you stay too close, based on a mechanic called Fear, which is... This is still the biggest troll of all time. Nowadays, I just look at this boss and go, get the fuck up. I know you're not done. Get up. And returning to Ashina Castle, it has been invaded, but I feel like it's always being invaded. They're just shadows, always watching. But who stands at the top? Someone who should be dead. Owl, in our past, we saw him die in Harada Estate in our memories. But I mean, of course he wasn't dead, and no wonder he wants the dragon's inheritance. Given a choice, join our father and obey the iron code that has bounded Wolf's life forever, or break the iron code and finally choose something for myself. Immediately thrown into a fight with Emma. She is just a start. She almost fights like a Nichiro, but has this grab that I can never seem to dodge for the life of me. We kill Emma, who has been helping us since the very beginning, the one who gave us our will to live. We take her life in such a quick stroke, but obeying the code, we have fallen down the path of Shura, killing just for killing. And as he said, Ishin will stop us and put Shura down. Phase 1 is quick and fast, combos that melt your health. And since he's old, he can't fight long, so he tends to run away and recover his stagger meter, but he also has this dodge that makes it so hard to keep that stagger meter up because he seems to just dodge everything so easily. So you're really having to chase him down, but if you overcommit, you're going to get a hard punish. Phase 2, he starts calling the fire, using the burning of the ground. What I have found is the more dangerous the move that the opponent does, the better opportunity across all bosses for higher damage. But even still, this dodge timing is quite precise. But after a few backshot mortal blades, he dies, regretting he ever helped us. Dying with regret, seeing his home fall to ruin. And of course, Owl congratulates us, saying, "Good job, son. I knew you could do it." But of course, he doesn't realize what he's created. And the first true decision of our own, Wolf kills Owl for the pleasure of it. Owl seemingly shocked that he released Shura, unbeknownst that he should have known this was going to happen. A child that has only known killing? Killing the people close to him? Of course it's gonna make something mentally insane. Wolf sits there. He had a terrible dream. I like to believe the Shura ending of Sekiro is Wolf seeing what would happen if he obeyed his father Owl. He pauses and sees a flash of the world to become based on his decision alone, and it gives him the resolve to break the Iron Code and betray his father, leading to Great Shinobi Owl, a fight full of trickery and our own tactics. Of course, the man who taught us everything would have what we have, but better, even being able to Makiri counter. He has plenty of ninja tools like shurikens and smoke. He can even prevent us from healing, keeping bounds high, but I'm kind of used to this. A fight like this is just the tactics we use. We understand what he's doing. We know how to counter it. Now, phase 2, he starts to be a little more deadly with poison and random throwing shurikens, but out of all his bosses, phase 1 and 2 are very identical. And with Owl dead and his hold on our life gone just by a little bit, Wolf seized. He had an item. He needed to complete the ritual to go to the Divine Realm, the whole time suggesting he knew how to enter the Divine Realm, and also what it required to sever immortality, and through his goals he made sure that nobody could ever sever those ties. Just becoming a greater cog in greater conflict. But with all these items, the Divine Realm is free to enter, back to where the monk was. That means we do have to fight the monk again, but the true version. Before it was just an illusion. First round, same as the last, but the poise does raise rage faster, so you don't feel like you're here forever. And phase 2 is skippable. You can just go into the trees, and when he disappears, you get a sneak attack on him. Phase 2, we see the corruption in his head, the centipede. The false immortality comes out. The corruption even occurs in the so-called Divine Realm. Other than the fear that can insta-kill me, he's easier than first phase. Divine Realm is such a pretty place. Look at the waters, the trees. I just want to... I love that when you try to swim that you get struck by lightning from so far away. It makes you go through the houses areas that these nobles, Peter feels they will nerf your health and they can insta-kill you. They're weak on their own, but if you let them get to you, they seem strong. You have to play this super stealthy because there's also these warriors who fight just like Genichiro? Wait a minute, this game is big. Ishin was talking once about Genichiro's teacher, someone who was able to handle him, a lady that had such power. So Genichiro learned from people who lived in the Divine Realm? That's wild. There are ones who wear purple that do lightning, and again, that makes them so free. We can send it straight back. It is kind of difficult when there is multiple people using lightning, but you hit one, you hit all. And making it past the nobles, we can play the action game again. But that doesn't mean you end up fighting 5 enemies at once. And so you have to play stealthy again. I love that the game is basically telling you to play stealthy, which is a super good way to emphasize stealth. You can play the action-packed if you're good enough, but you'll need to take these out one at a time if you're not. And this gets me to the one who is striking lightning at me. I was super scared of this mini-boss at first. I was like, oh, the timing of the lightning is so weird, but then I realized, oh, I just run in and keep hitting him, and they can't block, so I was worried for nothing. Allows us to swim without getting struck by lightning. After passing Mr. Goldfish, it's just a staircase to the next main boss, the Ancient Dragon. Now, this is a gimmick fight, but it's such a cool gimmick fight. Your goal is to run to the tree that have these electric shots around them, and you just keep throwing lightning, and it looks so cool. Yeah, you need to dodge the sword slashes that fly, but honestly, it's just to show the power of Sekiro. How far he has come that he can finally sever immortality through his own choice. And then we return to Ashina again, but it's destroyed and beaten. While we were gone for such a little bit of time, everything has come into chaos. Curran was stolen, Ishin is dead. Emma has a message for us saying, Ishin wishes he could have fighted us before he died. The sculptor is gone, everything is on fire, and they're slowly getting invaded. To think Ishin was the only thing holding this place back from getting invaded, even in his old age. No one can handle him. But before I handle this, Wolf needs to free himself. After eavesdropping on Emma, we can reveal one more enemy back at Harada. Of course, the one who killed us was Owl. And now we fight Father Owl, not Great Shinobi Owl. As early Wolf forsake his father, but now Wolf fights him as his father. This is Owl, but 3 times as hard. He has Shinobi dashes that he can use combos in the firecrackers that do 3/4 of our health with 7 prayer beads. The Wolf needs to defeat this Owl to fully free himself from Owl's grasp. Phase 2, Owl brings his namesake, an owl that he can use to deceive us by teleporting behind us and throw a fire-like bird and use the smoke to get sneak attacks and little dashes from behind. Final death blow. Wolf is free from Owl's grasp. He can let go of the Iron Code. He is no longer held by anything. He can be his own person. He can now be Sekiro. On the way as well, there's a demon destroying everything. A battle that feels like an Elden Ring boss, the burning hatred of this beast. It's best to get under it and get a few hits, then run back, dodge, wait, repeat. The giant flaming attacks are really hard. You do this for the first 2 phases, and the final phase you have to do this but be ultra careful. He's jumping sky high, throwing long range fireballs at you. But the demon is the sculptor, corrupted, wishing for death, which only we can give him. This is what Wolf would have become if he didn't break the Iron Code. The hardest boss in this game is the demon hatred. That means there's only one more thing to do. Find Genichiro and sever the immortality. And he is waiting at the beginning of the game where we fought him first. But now you can see how ready Sekiro is when he unsheaths his sword. There is a delay in the cut that he makes, showing how calm and ready he is. You can also see how this has corrupted Genichiro. He used to look clean and sharp, but all you see is mud and dirt on his face. Genichiro does have a mortal blade of his own, but again, when he does the heavy attacks, it makes it really predictable. So phase 1, Genichiro is nothing. I've been fighting his combos for the past hour in the Divine Realm. But after his defeat, what is he doing? I'm gonna be honest, I still never understood this. Ishin the Sword Sate came out of his neck, the last will of Genichiro to see the peak of Ashina return, and by doing that through Ishin. This man who is the aid of our journey the whole time, he will respect his grandchild's final wish and fight us. Not as Wolf, but as Sekiro. This is probably my favorite boss fights of all time. The area, the setting, the moves. Ishin is quick and fast, goes right into our blind spots to get strikes, charges his sword and slashes quickly and fast, but it's not stuff we haven't seen. Ishin's strikes feels like they hurt, they're so powerful, but at the same time, it's not impossible. Phase 2, he starts using weapons from all across, a spear like the monks, a gun for quick shots, and when you don't expect, he can also slash across the whole map, so you always have to be ready. But again, it's not unfair, it's not unbalanced. You've seen all this before. Everything the game has been teaching you is now finally building in. Hearing the sound of the gun, jumping on the low sweeping attacks, seeing when he moved to the side, all the slashes, you have done this before. And finally, phase 3, lightning. Taking a big risk but for a massive results, as when he hits, he will launch you with the lightning, making it so hard, but it is so cinematic to see the lightning in his hand as you jump up and deflect it right back. And his finish, he sits accepting his defeat. Unlike the Shura ending where he regrets everything, he is happy he got his final wish. He got to fight us at our best. And he shows respect, sits strong, allowing us to take the final blow. We only do this with his advice that he has been telling us during the fight and during all our meetings. Hesitation means defeat. And with no hesitation, we take the finishing blow, ending this tragic tale. Ishin is accepting of what happened. And every ending of this game takes another part of this game even further. Obviously, we saw the Shura ending. Now, the ending that happens if you don't do anything is a sacrifice of Kuro. Wolf severs the immortality, but this is hard on Wolf, and it sent him into a prison, where he becomes the sculptor, repeating the cycle. Another shinobi will come again seeking power, repeating an endless cycle of pain and suffering. The second ending is if you find a few items to give Kuro. This, Wolf sacrifices himself and Kuro lives, leaving to live a life to the fullest through the gift he has been giving. I like to think this is the canon ending. Kuro goes on to become someone greater. He journeys from the world, discovering more. And lastly, if you help the Divine Child through her side quest, you get what I think could have been the DLC ending. Kuro lives on through the Divine Child, and Wolf and this girl travel west to the home of the Divine Dragon to truly end this. Honestly, it was such a perfect DLC setup. I'm shocked that we never got DLC for this amazing game. It's a big shame that it never happened, but FromSoft and Miyazaki saying that we will be working on smaller projects gives me hope there will be another game like Sekiro. And maybe if we get more games, people will stop calling a Souls-like, but start calling games Sekiro-likes. Such a not Souls game with a focus on stealth and parrying rather than leveling and dodging. You almost have to perfect Sekiro in most Souls games. You can't say you're underleveled in Sekiro. It's all a skill issue. This game is teaching you how to beat it in every opportunity and punishes you for trying to mash. Out of all the Souls games, I will say this one takes the most skill. And it's so addicting, just getting better at every single boss fight through amazing sound and visual design. I didn't talk about this much, but the game makes it obvious what you can and can't parry, like the danger kanji appearing about super dangerous moves. You may not know what it means, but it conveys in your head, oh, I shouldn't let that touch me. You get hit by one, you see, ah, I see. People like to compare this to a rhythm game. I mean, I don't see what they're saying. It's nothing like a rhythm game. This game has real-time reactions that have you react to a sound-based or visual inputs. You then react promptly to win. Nothing like a rhythm game. It's so good. A masterpiece in game design, storytelling, everything just piles together. The game tells you exactly how it wants you to play, but it also shows you a story that reflects that gameplay style. The world, the characters. It is not a Souls game in the slightest. It's Sekiro. It's its own thing. No wonder this game did so well. And no wonder it got Game of the Year in 2019.
Nothing compares to this game in any capacity.
Do it! Well done, Sekiro. Farewell.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones?
Elden Ring, the final journey of the Souls games, all of FromSoft's knowledge made into a massive, expansive world. Being a game that was so good, other companies got worried this would be the new standard. And even in the last few years, it has felt like Elden Ring has created a new standard of game. Winning Game of the Year and keeping in our minds with or without the memes.
And say that I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
A journey of ambition, grace, lost runes, a world so torn that there seems no hope, but even under all these odds, a lowly tarnished seeks to be Elden Lord. As a tarnished of no renown, what chance do we have at becoming Elden Lord? We are just a foul tarnished who is maidenless. How could it even be possible? That's what Elden Ring is all about. Overcoming the challenge, the wall, the feeling of besting a hard-fought enemy, climbing the mountain. It's not about becoming Elden Lord, it's about proving that no challenge is too great. The journey starts with everyone who is someone gets name dropped in glorious fashion, while again, all we are is a nobody. I chose Vagabond as my starting class as I wanted something even, and I said, I know what I'm going to play. I'm going to play a strength build. Point in denying it. Every game before I was like, I'm not going to play a strength build. Ends up playing a strength build. But of course, the first true boss I must defeat. I'm going to defeat this one this time. I've played every single Souls games and haven't beaten one yet. The first boss, the tutorial boss. I don't care. I'm going in. I got this. Fuck! Moving on. There is one tutorial area that the game wants you to go through, and that's where the hardest boss of all time is. Soldier of Godric, man. I don't know how I did this. Must have been luck. Jokes aside, seeing the lands between for the first time when you come out of the elevator is such a majestic sight. The world is so massive and all you really see is such a small portion of the world. It's still breathtaking. I also love that they lie about the map size. They don't show what it could fully look like. You only see the small little portion and you're like, oh, that's not a lot. And there's maybe a little bit map over here, a little bit map over there. I got that. But it still seems so huge comparably to my small little guy. And one thing I will say that this game does way better than Sekiro is the world building through the surroundings. This game tells the story through the land. Example, Caelid is this monstrous island that was once the center for great conflict, and you see that through the corruption, the blood, the aimless warriors walking around. Merchants from faraway lands like the crow merchants who sell items they've pawned off corpses. When you go to an area or a castle, it sets up what the boss is going to be like. Godric's knights, for example, hide behind their artillery, showing Godric is doing the same thing, hide it behind his grafted body. But Radahn's knights are honorable and will be more likely to fight you head on, even though I wish they didn't. And in Lindell, all the knights have the fanciest looking army. They stand tall with their lightning. Melania's knights almost look beaten, but even though they're rusted and look half dead, their destructive force is scary. And through just exploring the world, it builds what has happened in this land without ever really having to tell you. Another example is the D1 starting up, the Tree Sentinel. Miyazaki really is a troll. After losing to this hand thing, you get Tree Sentinel to really pummel you. He is the gatekeeper for when you rise, stopping Tarnished from ever continuing their journey. Miyazaki is mad funny, putting a mid to late level enemy as the first true boss you run into. One thing I always remember when I play this game is that there's so much to explore. Every time it feels fresh. There's always things I miss, things I didn't see. a side quest I didn't do, I find something new, or just do something new that changes everything. Example, this NPC that jumped me and hit me with major blood loss. I don't even remember finding him in my first playthrough. Different action. For example, this NPC I found, normally I don't kill him, I let him move, but I was like, you know what, let's see what it does. And he gave me this armor and this really cool weapon. So Elden Ring 2 years later is so replayable. There's so much to just find and do in this game. It's almost endless, right? I love exploring and I find a chest and oh, it's a trap. Now I'm in K-Lit. Or just finding a brand new cave with a different boss you haven't seen before. A new way to get somewhere, a brand new NPC with a new side quest. There's always something and it's so much fun. And the combat helps a lot. This is the most evolved version of Dark Souls combat. Your basic heavy light swings with the charge attack, but also at the same time you can jump. So you have jump attacks and the Ashes of War, special ability every weapon can get, or what I really like is most basic weapons you can give its own Ash of War and put that onto a weapon. So even if someone's using the same weapon as you, they may play very differently via the Ashes of War they're using. I also feel as dual wielding is the best in this game. You can actively use both weapons at the same time. Like in my first playthrough, I did the branded Uchi Katana and Rivers of Blood, and the katana combos to bleed loss were actually busted. No wonder they nerfed this weapon. This time though, I found an earlier weapon that I'm going to use until I get to the particular one I have my eyes on. After my first few hours of exploring, of course it's time to meet Melina. She's wishes to be our maiden to help us on our quest and become the Elden Lord. I like her showing up because it gives you that exposition of like, oh, this is what I'm really doing. But it also gives you the sense that someone's helping you out, that you're not alone. You have this person traveling with you, even though she doesn't really do much or talk much in the game. And also giving us the ability to level up. We need this or else this game is going to be impossible. And Torrent, our donkey horse thing. But with such a massive expansive world, you need Torrent or else it would just take forever. Now, fortunately, all sites of grace you can teleport to from any point in time. So with a great sword in my hand, my little Scrimblow Bimblow is ready to take on the world. And the first real obstacle to becoming Elden Lord is at this gate.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Mr. IGN killer himself, the Fell Omen, Margit, every non-Souls player's worst nightmare. As when this is your first main boss, he seems impossible to get past. He's such a big stone wall that seems so high to climb, but what I love about Margit is once you climb this wall, the game is so much easier after this. Or at least every wall after him doesn't seem as impossible after Margit. And this is why people also say Elden Ring is the easiest. When you can't beat a boss, unlike other Souls games where you're relatively stuck at that point, Elden Ring, because it's open world, there's so much to do outside of the main content that I believe if you took the time and did everything that was available before Margit, you would be level 60 with end-level gear. It's easy. Oh, I can't beat this boss? I'll come back later. Makes it more like an RPG where you go and grind on the side content if you're not the right level. The wall that is Margit is different. He delays almost everything. He holds his swords, but what I always look for is that subtle animation change so I know he swings. Otherwise, he'll track me and you'll remain what you are, a foul tarnish. Second phase, he brings out a hammer. Watch for when he jumps and comes down. Has a lot of recovery time on that. The only thing that kept getting me was the sword combo. I never seemed to be able to dodge it. But I had one round where I staggered him 3 times, and that's why strength builds the best. Margit is the wall to the rest of the game, as this opens up Lothric Castle. We are warned at the gate to not pass through the castle, but come on. I'm not stupid. With my current vitality and the arrows and the lion, there's no chance I'm getting through there.
Time to go around. One thing I did realize about this game is even in the main dungeons, there's always a new way to do something. Typically, I go the long way and run into the birds that should not exist out of all the enemies. I will say, I don't know why, but these guys are the hardest. But instead of going through them, I went through the roof, making it a way faster journey, getting through all these nights. The journey to the first demigod, and it's Godric. A joke. I still say Margit is harder than Godric. This gross grafted mess, thinking that grafting these body parts to him will make him stronger, even though he's the laughingstock of the demigods. He's the cousin that is never invited to the family cookouts because of his weird obsessions. He uses his wild swinging axe, but it's so predictable. He does try to get you with his hand. As soon as he finds out that he's losing, the dragon hand comes out. And I'll say this dragon hand is probably one of the easiest to deal with. Once he does the flame breath, he's just giving me my heaviest hitting attacks. He also does this super predictable jump that leaves him wide open. What a joke. It makes you think, is this really what the Golden Ordered standard is? Are they as washed up as Godric? Kinda. I mean, all the demigods are broken, corrupted, and when all the leaders are broken or corrupted, the world will reflect it. Exactly what the so-called Golden Order is. Just a bunch of messed up teenagers with godlike power. Well, with the exception of one. The Darnest is really coming in like a therapist, fixing all these family problems, but instead of using words, I'm using 10-pound steel rods. I also take a detour to the Round Table, the Tarnished Gathering Grounds, and greeted by the many other Tarnished that each have their own desires and quests, like Fia, who you should always give a hug to, Blacksmith Hugh, who lives a tragic tale, Gideon, the all-knowing. He'll tell you where each of the Elden Lords are, but it makes you wonder, if he knows where they are, why doesn't he stop them since he's all-knowing? But with Godric dead, the rest of Elden Ring opens. Our next area to get brutalized in is Lunaria of the Lakes. Every time I come through this area, it always feels like I'm being hunted by something new, whether that be magic ghosts or Larry the Lobsters. It's always a rush to the dragon. That's if I can make it there before I'm brutalized and hunted by every crustacean known to man. But once I make it to the main capital, the magic school of Raya, the next main legacy dungeon. These wizards put on these masks and robes and act like they're better than me just because they have a higher intelligence stat. But all I know is that magic seems kind of useless when there's a 3-foot galvanized steel rod flying at your face. This area is massive, having schools but also undead. I wonder why there is a graveyard in the middle of the magic school. Like, why are so many people dead? Is this place really a school or more of a fortress? But our first boss of the area is Red Wolf of Radagon. I really like that this is the mid-boss of the area, as the Red Wolf, a gift from Radagon to Rennala. Also, it shows that Rennala may not be in the best position. Why does the strongest magic user in the lands between need a guard dog? A guardian right before her tower. Fortress to protect her. As if maybe, just maybe, she can't protect herself. But the Red Wolf is a glass cannon, acting like that little pit bull named Princess when he sees a 3-year-old. Doing more damage than any dog should, and with a magic sword. Why are we teaching the dogs magic? Why is this dog smarter than me? It does lose almost all its health with a good few hits on the head. And just a bit further is Rennala, the Broken Queen. I was right, her mind has fully slipped, showing what this family drama does to the person. Maybe she's one of the good ones. Not so corrupt. Well, I mean, let's not say that. I mean, having graveyards in your school is a little whack. Anyway, she has lost it. Speaking of little ones that are just these crippled girls on the ground. And then when you beat her, she's holding this ember lost. And if we take her down, her broken form, the real fight is not even her, it's her daughter, Ronnie, the blue witch we met earlier. As she protects her mother, creating an illusion of her at full power with all her magic, all her spells. Like the very well-known Ka, or literal moonbeams from Pokemon. But as the two intelligent strength I Uga and Duga My moves actually do tend to stagger and launch her in the air, and it's funny watching a demigod fly 3 feet high from this lowly little tarnished hits. It shows that maybe we aren't so weak. Yes, we're a tarnished of no renown, but by overcoming walls that seemed impossible, challenge that no one dared to face. These seems like stepping stones. Even being able to step into the high capital of Lindell. At the time of going to Lindell, I did travel to a certain side castle to start Ronnie's quest. I have my reasonings for doing her quest every single time, but that brings us to Loretta, one of the main side bosses of this game, and one we will see again. Loretta has a long-range spear and magic swords that can slowly and surely keep us down. Attacking is hard because you always have the threat of the magic in the back of your head, but it is easy to protect openings and find some good hits in. 2 is honestly easier because she does a lot of more risky moves like the giant slash and the big longbow, but if you know how to dodge them, you get a lot of easy hits. And this allows me to form a contract with Ronnie and complete her quest for the sweet drip. Now, of course, the next big step in my journey of Elden Ring is, well, Caelid. And you may think you're good at Elden Ring until you step foot in Caelid. Rot at every turn, dogs and birds that are these horrid creatures. There is a whole peak with maybe hundreds, thousands of dragons. And also, my main weapon for this run, or at least one of my main weapons, the Guts' Greatsword. Welcome back to the arsenal. Now, you're starting to get why I want Blythe's armor so much. Caelid is honestly my favorite and least favorite area. Always so much fun, but also hell when I'm poisoned every step. But it's also like, oh, look at this giant dragon, or look at this massive jar man. Just a lot, but that's part of the charm. And also where I get Lion's Claw after killing one of the lions. One of the best ashes of war for strength though. I just start hitting them with Guts Flip for absurd damage and stagger. But of course, there's one true reason I ever come to Caelid.
O gathering of champions, the revels begin. The celebration of war. The Radon Festival!
The Radon Festival, the gathering of warriors to slay the mightiest of demigods, Radon. The one who should have honestly been Elden Lord if it wasn't for malading him, hitting him with super aids, aka Scarlet Rot, turning him to a wandering beast. But if you look into the lore of Radon, he was just a chill guy. He learned gravity magic so his horse could still carry him. He was respected by even Godfrey, the first Elven Lord, and tried to be like him, unlike his half-brother, and all his knights still respect him, and they hold this festival to honor his name and see if someone could put him out of his misery. Friendly faces such as Alexander and Blythe are here to help, and every time I fight this boss, yes, I use the summons. That's part of its charm. It's the Radon Festival. You're supposed to bring everyone to this fight. Otherwise, I don't know, he does seem like a bit much. In this giant area, he actually starts off with arrows that can shoot for miles, falling from the sky and sniping you at every turn. But when he gets close, that's when the real fight begins. His massive rock-covered swords swings with the might to take out 5 people in one hit. And then in phase 2, he jumps down and crashes down with a meteor and the gravity magic using rocks, pulling you in for a massive crash. It's such a spectacle. And when you finally defeat him, you already knew he was damaged. You already knew you were fighting was an angered zombie. That's all you were fighting. But as his death, the stars begin to fall. He was holding all of this back by himself and still alone fighting 4 to 6 people. A true demigod and the strongest of them all. No one would be Elden Lord if he was at full strength. I don't care if Melania won. She had to use Super Aid's nuke that put her into a decrepit coma to win this fight. But this is not the same Radon I fought 2 years ago, and there is a reason Radon was nerfed. And this brings me to a topic of nerfing in a game like Elden Ring. I understand nerfing weapons like Blood Veil or the Ice Pick for PvP purposes. It's something if it's too good, no one will play player versus player. But bosses, it makes no sense.
Why would we nerf bosses? That's the whole point of the game, to overcome great challenges bigger than us. Sense to nerf a boss down. If someone cannot overcome the wall, they should just, I hate to say it, get good. And what's even crazier is he's not even a required boss to progress. You can go fight Snake Man Rykard if you wanted an easier time, especially with a boss with such lore significance. Why say all these great things about Radahn just for him to not live up to it, just to nerf it? But we'll move on from the great Star Scourged. I can't, because look at this man's power. This is the meteor he was holding back. This left a massive crater this big. But that's a topic for another video. First, I have to get a little medallion and also learn Gideon might not be as trustworthy as he presents himself. Also getting one of my favorite armor sets. Volcano Manor is our next step. Taking the elevator again and running around the mountains, we find Volcano Manor, a gathering ground for those who wish to rebel against the Two Finger. But these people ask us to join them and say they have a better plan, but their castle is filled with death and hunger. Why should I believe someone who seems to be doing a worse job? Like, there are literal Iron Maidens, my least favorite enemy. I ain't trusting you for shit. Also, why would you build your castle in a volcano? You're asking for it to get destroyed. And on this way, the first battle of this area, Godskin Noble, a fat hitbox for my new greatsword to easily wail on. The rapier can be difficult, but I always just dodge to the sides. Now, when he starts to bring out the blubber and roll around, if you don't cheese where he just rolls on the wall for what seems like an hour, he can deal a lot of damage and take a good amount of heals away. But otherwise, no big deal. Just don't get mixed up when he sits. I did, and I got a face full of it. And really, Rykard is only a few steps away. The God-devouring serpent Rykard, or what he fused with, is the standard win gimmick fight, like the Manta Raid or Yorn. You know, it doesn't matter how easy these things are, but they're just so much fun and so cool. Yes, using this weapon and upgrade it trivializes everything, but these fights are for fun. A little rest, and also a bit of false hope for what's coming next. Looking at Rykard, I look back and I can't believe I found any of these bosses to be such walls. Yes, when I first played this game, everything seemed so daunting, so hard, a hurdle, a path unbeatable, but now it's like, oh, yeah, Rykard, easy. But I think that's all things. It seems so daunting until you've done it once. It doesn't seem so scary once you've taken the leap of faith. Now it's not even a leap of faith. It's just a leap. The main demigods are nothing more than a light hop from what used to feel like a mile-wide gap. I did need to go complete some side things before I move on, such as going to Nokron, the underground area, and this is what an underground area should look like. The deep, majestic feel, the awe of what I'm seeing. This is also so I can get Blood's drip, and there's a mimic tier. Of course, I have to fight it first. And this fight made me laugh, as the strike build fighting a strike build is just two people seeing who can stand longer in a punching contest. Further down this area, we find the summon for Mimic Tier. Now, my rule for this is I can only use Mimic Tier for a few specific bosses in the future. Can't abuse them. But Lindell, here I come with my giant weighted sword and Radahn's drip I took off his back. I'm ready to be Elden Lord. Now, when you enter Lindell Capital, you see how organized the knights are. They are smart, grouped, their armor is clean and sharp. This is what it means to be a knight. It shows that the capital, only the best of the best knights can be here, even though it only takes like 1 or 2 flicks to kill them. This place is so heavily guarded. Even the dead still guard this place with such vigor. Tree sentinels at every turn, representing the might of the Golden Order. And Margit comes back from the dead to run the I killed you! And the Bouncer, the Draconian Tree Sentinel. And damn, I thought normal Tree Sentinels were bad. This man 2-tapped me on a normal day with 30 vigor. And when you think, oh, he staggers, I can just hit him, run away, and zone him out. Yeah, and then for some reason his horse is shooting fire and he starts calling lightning down from the sky. But
dealing with this bouncer isn't that hard. What I think a lot of people aren't realizing is you need to look at the lightning. I figured out this boss so much as soon as I saw his hammer and shield. When he brings down his shield, that's when the lightning hits. When his horse's head goes up, that's when the fireball's coming. When he summons the lightning, you know you're going to have to play the defensive for a little bit. But we make it to Lindell. The sounds of trumpets always played in Lindell by some bubble blowing babies. But this area is massive and it's so easy to get lost. What? I don't think I'm supposed to be here. A sewer system with my 3 favorite enemies: rats, hands, and super seniors. Come give me a hug. This massive area alone can be daunting to explore, as the map doesn't help you in the slightest. But what kept this place really entertaining was seeing everyone walk around with the same sword as me. The strength build runs deep, and also the messages around here. Y'all need to stop with this. Like the one message that said, "Oh, armaments ahead," and I thought, nice, armor ahead? Don't mind if I do. But no, it meant Iron Maiden, my least favorite enemy. But the messages make these games feel so good. To everyone who's put trap ahead of chess, who at any legend says, "Try jumping," or the string of messages that said, "Fortnite," and people overseas thought, oh, is there a fort in the nighttime? It would appear if it's night, but it's just Americans goofing about a battle royale. Like, this community is completely unspoken, but it's such a glimmer of Elden Ring's beauty. We all share victories, even if I never summoned an NPC. There's a message of triumph. After getting lost for what felt like an hour, I made it to the dragon, where you climb and then stand at Godfrey, or at least a summon of him. This is just strength on strength. He typically is open after 4 swings, but I really have to time it just right. He is one of my favorite bosses in the game, just for how smooth fighting him feels. It doesn't feel like a fight for my life. It feels like a contest between warriors. The other thing that I'm noticing a trend with him is that this game reuses bosses. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But at least 5 main bosses, you'll see the moveset more than once. But typically what is happening is there's a phase 1 that is like the same as another boss with the same name, and phase 2 is drastically different, or there's just similar moves. I do like this, as it teaches you what you're up against. When you see the same move, you're like, oh, I remember that. And it makes it feel a lot easier, as every other move might be something you just can't react to. But once you see the one, it makes you remember, wait, I got this. On the topic of things kind of being easy, I think the fact that there are billions of sites of grace, it's like every 5 steps with these, adds another layer to the easiest. Also, all the things you get, the flask of crimson tears, the ashes of war, the summons, everything in this game can make it easier. Yes, Elden Ring is hard. It's probably the hardest Souls game there is. It seems daunting, but it's not, because the game is also giving you so much knowledge, so many items. It's like, hey, use these, please. And after Godfrey, it's a rematch. Instead of Margit, it's Morgott. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? He just does not learn. He believes he can shoulder our ambition, but for story reasons, I do summon Melina into my side. She does kind of trivialize this fight. There is the trade of the boss having more health and doing more damage, but she takes all the aggro, so it leaves me time to wail on him. I did get close, like 1 hit away to beating him by myself, and then died purposely just so I could have Melania summoned for story reasons. But damn, bro, why didn't you use this when you first fought me? He holds his attacks, but they're way faster this time around. And be extra careful. Phase 2, his sword can cause bleed or just one-shot you with a sword grab. I was not ready for that. But I'm glad I fought him for real this time. Or at least, like, did an attempt and faked it out. As my first run, I went at him with Mimic Tear. And I was like, oh, cool, let me use my new summon I just got. This is going to be so much fun. And Mimic Tear just brutalized him. That thing is and still is busted. Now, Melina. It gives us the Roid Medallion to go to the mountaintops of the Giants. And with the hardest gatekeeper, the Black Gargoyle, this thing still gives me issues to this day. All his half-hitting attacks, it's like, damn, they really don't want me to go to this mountain. But this frozen cold winter is my favorite. This area is not. It always seems like the area I just quickly run through as fast as possible. The mini bosses in this area are the same 5 dragons, but with frost, or death birds, but with frost. It's not very interesting, and I have this issue with most of the game from this point on. Other than the Halleck Tree and Farum Azula, the main areas to explore are just disappointing. It feels like it was very rushed. Like they couldn't finish this part of the game, like they needed to get it out. Or the game's just telling you, you've explored enough, now we just want you to push through to the end. There's less buildings, less to do, but I guess that makes sense because Moog and Malenia are optional, so those are big draws to being in this area. Also, just like it's so empty. There's only really one place to explore, and that's this mini castle you quickly run through to get to your run back with Shaq. He is an interesting boss using his own spirit summons, but instead of rot this time, thank God, it's Frost and Lightning. I originally always had issues with him in my original playthrough. He was just such a challenge, and I had to use Mimic Tier. It's like I couldn't beat him, but I didn't forsake my pride this time, and I beat him solo. I don't know why, but I guess with the knowledge, I was more powerful. My second playthrough in this game has made something that used to take me 80 hours to do into a 20-hour nice relaxing breeze. But on to Fire Giant, the next obstacle in becoming the Elden Lord. I like when bosses allow us to use Torrent, especially in these big open areas. It's so much fun, but for a boss like Fire Giant, it's almost required. Phase 1, not as much, as it's just an ankle bite, but FromSoft changed up the typical giant ankle bite fight, where he cuts off his own leg and he starts playing the zoning game. Now, this is where Torrent becomes useful and almost mandatory. Dodging the fire and trying to stay alive and slowly chip that massive health bar. I'm unsure if Fire Giant has the biggest health bar of all bosses, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Fire Giant defeated Melina. Places herself to burn the Erd Tree so we continue our journey. The one thing I say is, this really feels so unimpactful. She's barely has any screen time and interaction, and when you do interact with her, it sounds like it's just base narration. Like, with what they were trying to do with Melina, I feel like they should have done more. Like, I'm pretty sure in most people's playthrough, people will have more interaction with Alexander and Gideon than Melina ever will. Also, I'm pretty sure most of the fan bases chooses Ronnie as their main choice. But with burning of the Erd Tree, we are thrown into Farum Azula. And I'm going to put that on pause before I run through Malekith. There's 2 areas that need to be dealt with. Step 1, the Moog Lester. Well, not anymore. He beat the allegations, but that's for another video. Mohgwyn Palace, the City of Blood. Another disappointing one. It's an underground area and it looks pretty, but there's just this giant river of blood and an invasion with the man who called us maidenless. And boom! Now you're at Moog. It's more or less a visual spectacle than like an actual cool dungeon to go through. It feels like the end game was rushed. Boss-wise, absolutely not. These bosses are so much fun. But the areas just feel like, just get to the boss, bro. Just keep pushing. You'll be at the boss in no time. Yep, I know that's what you want anyways, so just go there. Rush straight to Moog, the Lord of Blood. More like the Lord of Incest. Bro, he likes his brother Mikkel a bit too much.
Dearest Mikola.
I have no idea why, and it's always been this way, but Moog is probably one of the hardest bosses for me in general. Malenia definitely killed me more, I'm not gonna lie, but she doesn't feel as tough as Mr. Moog Lester over here. His timing is just weird enough to mess me up, but I can only stagger him in phase 1 and get a lot of good damage. It's that start of phase 2. It's Kneel. It's a completely unavoidable, massive health reduction. Like, you're just giving him 3 heals. You're like, alright, take my 3 heals. I know what time it is. And if it's not unavoidable, please, someone tell me. I am glad with being wrong about that. Phase 2 is just so annoying. There's blood and fire everywhere. I always feel like it's a miracle when I beat him. And at this point, his strikes do so much damage that typically he hits for a third or half health. And then, even then, you're walking around. If you sit in the fire, you instantly build bleed. And if you get bleed proc, your run's just over. Hours of hard-fought battles and almost throwing my controller, I beat Moog. No wonder so many people were shocked when they wanted to play the DLC, only to realize, wait, I have to beat Moog?
Only 30% of the player base before the DLC had ever beaten him. Now, defeating him does open the opportunity for a new land for new adventures, but I think that's for another day. On to the Halictree. I like seeing this place. It's the place for the broken and unwanted. All are welcome here, even bubble-blowing babies. But to get here, it's a little bit of a pain because you have to go through this little city with death knights everywhere. I just hate being jumped. The Halictree is probably the coolest final area. Fought before that are now just normal enemies. Enemies from throughout the game. It's this massive, expansive tree, the home for the broken, the home for the unwanted. And to get to the capital, we fight Loretta. Again, honestly, because I've already fought her, this fight is nothing. My sword can even stun her. One thing I am seeing though is that certain builds have an easier time with certain bosses. I'm playing a strength build in this playthrough, but I played a dex in my last one and I had a harder time with Loretta, but an easier time with Margit. So boss difficulty also really does depend very much on the build. But finally, the base of the Halictree. Like I said earlier, the knights are rusted and broken, but these are Malenia's trained soldiers. They're always ready to one-to-ones. But Miquella's knights, the ones who are stationed at the Halictree, are so unaware of everything. They've known too much peace. Half of them are asleep or drinking. I can stand right next to them and I don't even realize I'm there. There's so much peace at the Halictree that your presence is almost undetected at times. And you're coming in an intruder, you're disturbing the peace. Also, you can have a 1v1 with Malenia, a boss you don't even have to fight. But here's the thing, it's not about that. It's about sending a message. The hardest boss in this game, well, maybe other than DLC, Malenia, the Blade of Miquella, the so-called undefeated champion. Sure, but Radahn would have won that fight, so maybe stop bragging. But I understand why she is the hardest boss. Remember when I said Demon of Hatred is like a Souls boss in a Sekiro game? Well, Malenia is a Sekiro boss in a Souls game. The speed and strike capability of this girl, especially with my Ugga Dugga slow to intelligent strength build, I am getting melted. But on top of that, you have to play this fight perfectly, as every time she hits you, she is going to heal. And even when you're playing it perfectly, she has this waterfall dance, which if you don't dodge just right, you're dead. And if that wasn't enough, there's a phase 2 with Scarlet Rot on almost every move. Gigantic attacks, faster combos. It's harder to predict the AI as she's way more aggressive. But the grace of phase 1 is she will not attack you if you run far away, giving you a lot of time to heal and take buffs, which will also reset what I call the water flow timer. If you're way too aggressive, it builds faster. If you're running away, it kind of slows down. I have not been as stressed, as locked in, as destroyed than fighting Malenia. She broke me, but also gave me such a sweet victory. When she finally experienced defeat, Malenia wasn't a wall. Malenia was a mountain that I couldn't see the top of. Miyazaki did make such a great boss with her, and she really gave me that feeling I wanted from the past when I played Souls games as a noob. Is that feeling of just, you did it. After days, hours of just trying. Triumph feels so great. Now, the last area of the game. Crumbling Fara Missoula, the dragon's homeland. The massive tornado, the dragons flying around, running into dragons at every turn. The final area is incredible. The tornado that brings everyone's frame rate down by 10 frames. And the midway through fighting Godskin Duo. This is where we can jump. Mimic Tear, get out here. If they jump in, I'm jumping. Honestly, it's not that much of a challenge. Even without Mimic Tear, you deal with the Apostle first and then you fight the Noble. You just have to make sure you get their health down before they activate their phase 2 abilities. This is one of the few fights I use Mimic Tear, but I hate when people say, oh, this build isn't playing the game. Oh, this build is not a real way to play. Oh, you use Mimic Tear? You didn't actually beat the boss. Man, people should just be able to enjoy. If they like playing it this way, let them play it this way. It doesn't matter that someone else had a different build or used a summon. Let people just enjoy things. If they want to use Mimic Tear, let them use Mimic Tear. My pride doesn't let me, only on certain bosses. If they jumping, I'm jumping. Now, what I also love about Farum Azula is all the secret things. My favorite secret boss, even more secret than Melania, Dragon Lord Placidusax. This is one of the coolest dragons fights in the game. The lightning, the fire, the multi-headed beast that burns bright. In the first 30 seconds, he hits us with a lightning nuke, dual fire breath attacks, claw attacks that shatter me to pieces. He starts teleporting into the claws. This doesn't feel like a dragon fight. Most dragons just run away and breathe fire. Here, no. You are dueling him. Those dual laser beams came out. They were so unexpected. The thing is, this boss is hard to find though. You have to jump to a hidden path that is completely hidden, lay down, and then watch the world travel back in time to defeat him. A lot of bosses are this way, either blocked off by a side quest or some hidden path that's really hard to come by. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a boss in this game no one has found and fought, just somewhere lurking in Elden Ring. And another in-game side journey brings me to all Elden Ring and all Dark Souls side content. Tragedy. Alexander, a jar friend helping us with Radon and other places, asked us to fight in a duel. He wants to fight a great warrior and prove himself. He will honor us with this request, but I feel so bad because it's so easy. In 3 hits, he goes down. And I just don't want to do it. Just can't. But with his defeat, he gives us an item, a piece of him, to always have by our side. Why, Miyazaki? Why? Why do you kill all our favorite NPCs? Like, I had to kill Blide for his armor. I mean, that drip is kind of worth it, not gonna lie. Even Huge, my man, all he wanted was to make a god-slaying weapon. But you leave him burning, lost, forgotten in the Erd Tree. The very end of Farum Azula, Malekith, the Black Blade. It's crazy because if you look at him, it's the Merchant of Death who eats the death roots. Crazy build up there. He's the dealer of death. Round 1's easy. Learning the timing and animation, go through the rocks. He'll cut a lot, but I was always able to get around and deal my damage. And Alexander's shard is impressive. Like, the damage I'm doing with my flips now are crazy. But phase 2 is when the Black Blade emerges. And it's just over. It's so over. He starts by, well, cheating and taking away my health with his bull destined death. And anytime you think you can hit him, nuh-uh. He does a useful backflip and throws more death attacks. He's literally aging me at every hit. Honestly, my run with him and beating him was pure luck. He just kind of stood there and took 4 lion's claws to the face, and I won. I was like, oh, I'll take it. I will say Moog, Melania, and Malekith were challenges like no other. The bosses that frustrated and killed me the most. But that feeling of victory when they finally net defeat is like no other. It's what I live for, overcoming challenges that actually test my skill. They never seem impossible with what I have, but they're not a cakewalk either. And I don't know if that feeling of joy of finally overcoming that challenge can be replicated. Destined Deft then rules the world again, and immediately I'm back in the capital, the very end of the game. Our first roadblock to becoming the true Elden Lord is Gideon. And what a joke. He spams magic from other bosses and dies in like 5 hits. He speaks, a tarnished can never be Elden Lord. And I always wondered, why would he say that? But I think I understand now. He's so egotistical that if he couldn't become Elden Lord, that no one could, because he thinks he's the best of the best. But all he does is sit in his chair looking in his books, a knowledge-filled pompous prick that head is so far up his own ass he couldn't see that everyone around him was just better than him. And then roadblock number 2, the first Elden Lord, Godfrey. God, this is my favorite fight. Phase 1 is just like before, but he can spike the whole stage, so you need to be perfect with those iframes. He always has time for an opening for good hits, but you can't be too greedy because he'll get you and hit you hard. In Phase 2, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. Killing his lying and breaking its head and fighting us warrior to warrior. Godfrey is the name of the Elden Lord. Horalux is his name as a warrior.
his true self. This massive hulking man starts throwing you 20 feet in the air, and his lunge, they did such a good job with the animation. He slows down, and if you know the timing, that's when you dodge. But if you don't know the timing, it's just a slow-mo to your imminent death. He fights like a beast in the man's body. The claws, the grapples, it's like Wolverine and Hulk in one boss fight. But his defeat, unlike Gideon, he shows respect, saying we have the strength of a lord.
Thy strength befits same crown.
Last final challenge, America, or well, Radagon. The half of America, still loyal to the greater will. And I'm not going to go over this convoluted half-sibling weird-ass family tree. Just know Radagon and America, same person. Radagon is probably one of the most fair but tough bosses in the game. He has openings, and he has a fair amount of them, but the timing to get them. He can also range you out. For a melee boss, that's where it can be unfair. No bullshit hard you want to rake out your eyes, and not so easy that you fall asleep. A reasonable challenge. Fitting. But what comes next is a disappointment. The Elden Beast has the exact issue I have with all dragon fights. They just run away. It's trying to be like the dragon in Sekiro, but fails. Now, I am happy that DLC you can use Torrent, and originally you could not, and that made this boss fight such a headache. But instead of talking about how bad this boss is, I want to make a suggestion. And it will never happen, but this is cool to think about. Instead of the Elden Beast coming out, the cutscene goes, the Elden Beast appears, but Radagon absorbs its powers. Now you have to fight an Elden Beast powered Radagon. Similar moves to phase 1, but now it can do the ring light, send the flying beams, and also use the fire. And can summon a special sword just like the Elden Beast, and that would make for such a cooler boss fight. Oh! Just imagining that. And it's what I wished would have happened in a lot of Souls games, but this is an issue of balance. How do you make a boss like Melania and then make the final boss a challenge more interesting? If I fight Melania, Radagon seems like nothing. Of course, there's a balance. You don't want to make the final boss too hard. You got to make them hard, but not too hard, because Melania are, for example, in DS3, Unnamed King, are optional bosses, but they are harder than the final boss. The only game I really didn't see this out of was Sekiro, which is not a Souls game. Maybe that's why. Elden Ring's end feels a little anticlimactic. The build-up was great. Malekith, Godfrey, Radagon, just to fight a worm. I've been through Melania. I've been through Mode. This doesn't feel like the world-ending threat it should have. But I know the DLC's got me, so we'll leave it at that. Elden Ring is a 10 out of 10 game, even with the ending I complain about. It's really such a great game, a wall that may seem impossible, but through knowledge, effort, everything is claimable. Whether that's beating Melania or just beating your first enemy. And if you think about it, you're just playing as you. In most games, you play as the chosen hero, like Link, or you're living through someone else's great life, like Cloud. But here, you're just another Tarnished. Margaret probably says, foul tarnished a billion times a day, and that's what we all are. But you prove through determination and grit, and by struggling, that you aren't some chosen one, you're just the one who pushed. Like when people, every time a new Souls game comes out, complains about difficulty, they just can't understand what it's like to start as nothing, a nobody, another Tarnished, and become something great. Not because you were chosen, but because you never gave up. At the end of the day, any lowly Tarnished with a spirit of ambition can become Elden Lord.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song.
Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is a massive and great DLC. DLC, additional content that has become so common these days. Being able to add more content to the game. It's an easy way to do this as the systems and codes are already there, and making new things for something that already exists is not difficult. Companies do abuse this system and don't release the full game, then make you pay for more content that should have been there from the start. Some companies use it to give free adventures to a loyal fanbase, and others use it to make whole new adventures, such as FromSoft creating a DLC that broke the rules of the Game Awards, as it itself is its own game. And I was shocked that it didn't win, but I also wasn't. I didn't want it to, but I thought Elden Ring is gonna win again. But we'll win next year with Night Rain. And we'll get to see that one guy with the flute absolutely kill his performance. I digress. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree looks at a lot of the unsolved things in the Elden Ring lore, which was definitely set up since the beginning. Now, to access this DLC, you must have defeated Mohg and Radahn, and of course I have, but when it first came out, the shock in people's eyes when they saw the two gatekeepers for the DLC, and were like, wait, I have to beat Mohg? Now, if you can't beat those two enemies, what comes next will be near impossible. FromSoft really had to rank up the challenge to 100. As well, in Elden Ring, you're a nobody. Nothing. Trash that got luckily scraped up, but now you've done shit. Enemies see you, they don't see a small little tarnish. This is what they see. So of course everything in the Lands of Shadows has to rise to meet that challenge. This DLC really brought my ego down after every Souls game. I didn't think anything could challenge me, just for a boss from a simple catacomb to knock me off it. It showed me, oh, this is all serious. Every boss here, even from the tiny enemies, are at this level. Of course, at Mohgwood Palace, where Mohg was, after Mohg, who beat the allegation, is no longer the molester, but I'll explain how he beat the allegations a little later. Talking to Lita, Miquella's most devout follower, I appear in the Lands of Shadows after touching the hand. And off the bat, I didn't think they could make an area more gorgeous than the Lands Betweens, but they did it so well. The graveyard looks so good. I turned off performance mode because I could feel a frame rate drop just being here. But this DLC just doesn't hold back at all, probably due to the fact that they don't have to worry about new players and people who may not have played a Souls game. They don't want to infinitely shank people and make it feel impossible. They know you've beaten Elden Ring, pulling out everything to make this feel as difficult as possible. And it brought back that original joy of Elden Ring, just going, ooh, what's that thing? Ooh, what's over there? And chasing these giant firestone golems just to be eaten and burned like a family's New Year dinner. I don't understand why Miyazaki put these in. They're basically the new trolls, but with the help of Fire Giant. But all of the exploration in this game is just the wonder of an open world. For the first time, you have no idea what anything is, so you're just going, oh, what's that? Can I punch this? Probably shouldn't have. Like, one of the most horrific and cool early moments I found was this little starting area cave, seeing how the jar people are made, and having a small tear again for an old friend. And then this mini boss being a little monkey, and I thought, cakewalk, I'll just scream and stagger this little guy.
Joel, I thought I was playing Elden Ring, not Marvel vs. Capcom. Total shock as this monkey flies around, slashing me into a million pieces. And I'm like, it's a stupid monkey, how could I lose? It feels like everything is curb stomping me like Batman. Now, there's a reason. There's a new leveling system called the Scatter Tree Fragments. Collecting these gives you a straight percentage upgrade. I'm pretty sure if you get the max of these, it times 2 all of your base stats. There's also another one of these called Revered Spirit Ashes, so the game is actively telling me you're gonna want to spirit summon, and they were right. Because I went to my first castle, the one right where the first Megalo Cross was, and some NPCs that have some really good quests. Now, the enemies in the area itself wasn't that bad. Yes, these knights felt like I was fighting a buffer Crucible Knight with unending combos. And these scorpions were not nice. Thanks, Miyazaki. Really wanted to hit those with arachnophobia. But that's nothing I can't handle. No. The issue was the first boss, the Dancing Lion. See, after all these Souls games, I thought I was him. And I don't know why. Every time I do, I always get rocked. Dancing Lion, though, is a cool and probably one of the coolest starting DLC bosses. 2 or 3 men flying and chomping in the air and even summoning lightning and ice, and every hit just feels so personal. This is the first boss, and now I don't know if every fight will be this hard, but I can already see Melania being dethroned in difficulty. Dancing Lion's more on the level of God-free difficulty. But when you first get to phase 2 and all you see is the storms being controlled, you feel like nothing. But the thing is, we're not a nobody in this game, no longer being the lowly Tarnished of no renown. We're the Tarnished, the one who defeated the demigods. Of course, the bosses have to be buffed to meet that. And it's crazy because people complain more about this game, but what I'm seeing that sometimes you just have to change your build. Maybe your stats aren't working, maybe your armor isn't working. You just need to change. And the great thing about this DLC is because you're probably going to be very high level when you play this, you can almost play any weapon. I was able to use really any weapon I wanted to because I had a 40-40-40 in strength, dex, and intelligence. And enough faith to get faith buffs. I'm outside of every bathroom like Flame Get Me Strength, Bestial Vitality, more buffs. But it's almost required. The devs always find a workaround to the difficulty. They know that the majority of people will use buffs like this, so they're creating these bosses with people using all of that in mind. Now, next up was the castle to the other side. Very similar to Raya Lucaria, but more of an army base, Castle Insis. The enemies are almost one-to-one to Raya Lucaria. The mask, the giant with magic, the guard with the armor are a little uncanny, but the boss at the end, Rolana, kicked me even harder than Dancing Lion. There were 2 NPCs that you could summon for this fight, but I ended up not summoning them because they made it more difficult with the health bonus. She has multi-hit full screen and little mini swords like Loretta. I always have to be prepared for those. And don't even get me started on phase 2. She started with the magic and the fire, and every time I was just like, well, there I go, until I was finally able to dodge it once, and it felt possible. I was like, alright, I can do this. Then the flame attacks came out, and once I finally felt like I got the hang of those, she pulled out the dual moon blast, which had to be dodged perfectly, or well, watched a video on how the AI reacts to what inputs you put in, like pressing to heal or dodge, to understand how to beat this boss. She even made me unsheath what I thought I put away. Radahn's swords just were not working. I needed something faster, more deadly, more precise. Dual Katana's Blood Veil. And I was on edge this whole fight even with this, making one miscalculation when I'm in death. But in the end, after multiple hours and heavy breathing, I won. And as crazy as it sounds, this is only the second boss in the game. Or at least, second main boss. The amount of work it took to make 11 new Remembrance bosses, with 30 plus mini bosses all sprinkled all over with unique and new animations. There's a reason this was considered Game of the Year. Again, this blows all other DLCs out of the park. The visuals, the design, every detail. Making it to the Skadu Outlets, I can finally get my preferred weapon of choice for this game, Dane's Footwork. In an honorable battle, my teacher teaches me how to throw hands with maximum efficiency. Finally, I can drop kick Gideon. Now, I know I said sometimes you gotta drop your pride and use a different build, but I'm gonna beat these bosses with hands. I'm about to punch Mesmer in the face. Also, just with these hands, it really shows the effort FromSoft put in to put a lot of new weapons in, like the great katanas, the new crossbows, the shields that do damage. There's a lot of weapons we haven't seen in Dark Souls games, and it gives a lot of new opportunities. The game's almost asking you, bro, you gotta use these new DLC weapons. Unless you're using a great sword with Lion's Claw. That just always works. Walking up to the Shadowkeep castle, and I get this line, somewhere a great rune has broken. And instantly just go, nope, and walk back to where Lita was, who says the spell that Mikola made to make everyone like him has broken. Excuse me? And she asks if we know of any traitors who might not be as loyal to Mikola. Yeah, I'm not gonna rat anyone out. Hopefully she doesn't find out what I did to Mikola's sister. So, no, I don't know anyone who might not be as loyal. What a freak. Anyways, running the exact opposite direction, as I'm not dealing with whatever caused that issue, I meet a guy screaming on the ground. Oh, yo, what's up? What's your issue?
Please spare me.
Anyways, the next area highlights why the cave areas in these games are so good to go through. Like, the DLC caves are so cool to explore because they actually lead to new areas and some pretty interesting bosses. Definitely a step up from the base game, as the base game caves and bosses dungeons always felt like they ended with 1 out of the 10 of the same bosses, like the catacombs. Oh, it's a Crucible night again. How original. But here, always something that feels new and fresh, like the dragon person who on defeat gave me the great katana and really fun weapon to use. Getting out here, I start my favorite side quest. Well, I technically started when I talked to that one dude. I kill one of these dragons, and I'm not going to lie, using the dragon katana makes dragon fights bearable. But we enter Dragon Communion and say we will defeat a dragon lord named Bale, as this lady says that Placidusax is guiding us to do so. And we are helping the great dragon lord Placidusax. Man, I wonder what happened to him. But after killing some more dragons, Egon, in his pitiful nature, says his soul will still be up there, where Beryl is, to fight him one last time, and up the mountains. One thing I do want to point out is this map is not helpful in the slightest. Like, I'm constantly getting lost, and I look at the map, and I'm still confused of where I am. I'm like, oh, I should go over there, and then I just run into a wall or a cliff I can't pass to try to get to a new area. But up the mountains, Bale the Dread. Yeah, this is the coolest dragon fight. And of course, I summon Egon for the most motivational speech.
Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior.
The Moby Dick reference really runs deep with this. And the voice acting, I can just feel the hatred in his voice. Now, phase 1, pretty standard. He does what the dragons I fought at the lower level did, so the dragons were preparing me for him. It feels more doable. He does got some new stuff, but nothing that's unpredictable and impossible to dodge. But phase 2. I thought Placidusax effects were something. The fire, the lightning, the coming down from the sky with lightning shooting from his body. The spectacle nonetheless. There was no way I was beating him with hands. I typically dislike dragon fights, as they just feel like they run away and spit fire, but not Bale. Bale is what all dragon fights should be like. Make me feel the spectacle of fighting a dragon. Make me feel like I'm the one being hunted. That this is a fight for my life, and that is Bale. The lightning, the fire, the wings, seeing him crashing down and the whole area gets turned to smoke while I'm fighting with Egon for my life. Truly, Bale is probably the best dragon fight in all video games. Now, going more left, I came across was entirely due to the fact of me just going, what's over there, and just exploring. I found the Cerulean Cliffs and was just like, oh, this area looks so cool. Same with Karo's Hidden Grave. Just some of the prettiest FromSoft areas. The glowing flowers just sitting here. It's so peaceful. And all I did was just get to an edge and just kept going further and further down and further down and further down. And I just said, oh, man, I wonder what's down here. Until, well, jumping down to the very end of the well for the next boss, Putrescent Knight. But this kind of showed me DLC can be tackled in any way. Yeah, the base game was like this, but it felt more guided, like the game was giving you an order. Here it's tackled really however you please. Now, of course, some lead to others, but I'm really finding bosses can just be found by just exploring a ton in the main areas. And Putrescent Knight was a memorable sight. Also the boss that made me realize straight hands would be a hard build. Everything can outrage me. Also requiring me to put on the most ugly looking armor. It's my ass kicking outfit. Just for the slight defense boost it gave. The amount of respect I had to have for this boss with his 5 to 6 hit combos. The spinning slash with the horse, which at first I just could not dodge. As I thought, how is it going to be possible to watch from both angles? But then once I perfected it, it was one of the most open attacks that I could get some good hits on. I perfected this boss, phase 1 timing, leaving no room for error, just to get frostbitten and burned by a phase 2. Not much changed other than the random giant full screen frostbite that spread everywhere, having to time perfect jumps to dodge, but honestly, fighting this boss was so much fun. It was that same feeling I had with the Millennia. I was so locked in every fight I learned something new. And that's all I needed to do. It wasn't impossible, but I just need to look at my loss and go, okay, why did that kill me? I dodged back. Let me try dodging a different way. Taking my mistake and learning from them. Changing and evolving through every death. I think more than anything, that's all this game is asking us to do, is change. We are so much in our ways from Elden Ring that we don't see that maybe, just maybe, we need to play differently. Maybe it's not the game's fault, but our fault. But Putrescent Knight was a guard for a Lady Saint Trina, and this flower teaches us that if you put a pretty face on something, we're more bound to trust it. And well, my next step was, well, the giant castle that scared the shit out of me with the message. But since I know what it means now, I'm less worried to go in. But I should have been, because this fucking hippo, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm having the most trouble with this fuck. These hitbox have to be over-exaggerated, because come on, I dodged that. I don't like saying a boss feels unfair, because Putrescent Knight taught me there's always a way, but I dodge in, back, wait the last second, but like nothing. And then the phase 2, he becomes some weird porcupine hybrid. Like, I'm not saying I feel cheated and fucked, but I do feel kind of cheated and fucked. His death did give me 2 skadoosh fragments. And one thing I will say about this castle is I'm kind of shocked how easy it is to get lost here. Like, this castle has so many paths to so many bosses, it's a little shocking. Like, I took the left pass as I was trying to find Dry Leaf Whirlwind and kept going straight to the giant mountain area through the scorpions and the knights and the buildings, just to then meet with Romania's Saint of the Blood. A fresh air, yeah, the rot is definitely not fun to see again. I would have liked to leave that in the base game, but her attack patterns are a lot more predictable. She doesn't have these wild 20 hit combos, more or less 3 to 4, which made fighting her feel like a little bit of a relief. Now, can't say as much about phase 2 as Scarlet Rot is everywhere, giving me super aids, but it made it possible to be aware of the butterflies and the massive rot impact from the sky. But maybe it's just now that I'm used to flailing for my life that this near-death experience doesn't feel as near-death. And the same thing kind of happened in Elden Ring. Every boss at the beginning feels more challenging until you change your perspective a bit on how you're playing. Now, back to Shadowkeep to look for Mesmer, and instead of finding Mesmer, I find a sewer system with a lone coffin at the end. And if Elden Ring taught me anything, I hop in that coffin and appear near a catacomb to my doom. These damn pogo enemies, and why are you so big? But at the end, a little mini-boss, but nothing really to talk about. Now, this next area, the Abyssal Woods, is, well, an area of madness. At every turn, I was getting hit with this. I didn't know I had to play Sekiro today, having to play a stealth game hiding in the bushes. And at the end, a castle. And this is the most mad mini dungeon I've been in. You could fall, get reset at every turn, creatures who build madness so quickly. And traveling through this castle is just like, wait, I've already been here, but wait, no I haven't, but I have to go back now. Wait, where am I going? I was right. This is a fever dream. Once you reach the end, all you hear is a loud damn, head that good? This is Mirdra, the true frenzied lord. He just gets hit with a 10-hit combo. Man, this man was nothing. I don't know how he could beat me. Oh. Or that might be able to do it. Spitting madness at every turn. Another boss who can just proc you and, well, you'll die. Luckily, he is another boss that is open. Like, he has a 3-hit combo swing, then you typically can do something. This boss just made me experience one of the few things I typically experience. Pulling random bullshit out of his ass. When you fight Elden Ring bosses and Soul bosses, you learn these patterns and then they just pull something new. I typically don't feel that until Mirdra. At the start, the first move killed me, then I was like, okay, I gotta run left, dodge in twice. Then the 3-hit combo. And then I started to tap my foot to get the rhythm, and I got that down. Then the spear thrust, and it kept killing me, but eventually I learned if I dodge the first one, he doesn't do the 3rd hit. I finally got to phase 2, where I just couldn't dodge this absolute frenzy nuke, so I just held that and let it take my heals. But I was like, okay, then I went back to phase 1, and he starts spinning. I'm like, he never did that before. And then after that, he pulled new stuff like a dash or spinning frenzy through the ground. Every time I thought I understood it, he was like, no, you don't. And after 30 minutes of going, okay, I need to do that. Okay, this is new. You know, finally learn everything and put this madman down. It was crazy how many things this boss could just pull out. I always thought I understood. I was like, all right, I got it. Until he's just like, but I have something new. I'm like, why do you have something new? Now, I was still trying to get the Mesmer, and when I was playing this, my initial thought was, okay, so the Hippo didn't get me to the big DLC boss Mesmer. There is this side entrance through Bonnie Village that I can take. And after exploring and talking to some people doing this guy's quest, I went into the side area where the water was filled to the brim. I drained it, it was pretty similar to got there, fought some OG Elden Ring bosses, and on the same way found the Scattered Tree Avatar. I was going down this cave and I don't know why I thought this would get me to Mesmer, but I'm like, I'm here. Might as well take this avatar down. Personally, this boss feels to be the easiest out of all the DLC. Now, I did die, but that's because I wasn't taking it seriously. I was relaxing figuring this thing out. It's a 3-phase boss, but it just feels like I'm fighting 3 beefed up Erdtree avatars back to back. And yes, they can cause bleed with its thorns, but it's really easy to dodge. And at the beginning, I didn't do a lot, so I kind of found this difficult, but I found something that made this boss a cakewalk. If you hit the flower bud, it does like 3 times the damage. And with the right timing, my 3-hit combo melted this thing. And there was an entrance to Shadowkeep, so again, my thought process was, okay, I'm in the castle now, must be closer to Mesmer. Let me just keep going until I find him. And instead, traveling outside of the castle, I find Commander Gaius. Am I even supposed to fight you yet? Whatever, Mr. Hog Rider over here. It's quite a wild fight with pure hands. You get no cutscene, no nothing. He just runs straight at you. It has that issue of Tree Sentinel where it, not really an issue, but inconsistently. It either feels like everything is tracking you and hits you no matter what, or just completely misses. A lot of people said he was top 3 hardest boss, but he didn't give me much trouble. His first few hits got me, and that first hit was very inconsistent to dodge, but I used my flask to get the damage reduction, so it didn't really feel that bad. It just felt like a Tree Sentinel fight mixed with a bit of Radon. Gravity magic, as phase 2 he makes pigs flies, but I never felt like it was nothing I couldn't handle. A lot of stuff I've seen before, like the Radon giant meteor crash, the gravity pulling orb, the rocks flying at my face. I was like, I've seen this all before. He was very much a boss, and a hard one at that, but I've seen all his basic swings at Tree Sentinel and his gravity magic in Radon, just in a smaller package. He did give me 5 Scattered Tree fragments for beating him, so I will take that. But I think difficulty again is now just a matter of perspective. If I take the time every fight just to learn one new thing, by the time I get to my 15th or 30th try, I have the boss figured out. And if you think a boss is that way, it's not, oh, I'm losing, I'm learning every death. teaching me something new, what I should be doing. One more thing about Gaius that I want to talk about, and it's really nothing to actually do with Gaius himself, it's fully the fact that I'm realizing there's a lack of cutscenes for a lot of these Remembrance bosses. Now, I understand not putting a cutscene on the Dragon Man or putting a cutscene on some random boss in a cave, like, that's fine. Even the Hippo didn't get a cutscene, that's fine, but it's these Remembrance bosses. Scattertree, Avatar didn't have one, Gaius didn't have one, heck, even Renala didn't have one, and she's required. I understand because it takes a lot of time to make these cutscenes, and it's like a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, a lot of time is put into these cutscenes. At least some of them could have had it. Like Putrescent Knight could have at least explained a little bit more of what the heck Saint Trina is, because I had no idea. Or Rellana, because, I mean, that's just a cool fight. It would have been cool to have a cutscene. I understand with like Scattertree Avatar and Gaius, like not everybody needs a cutscene. Still feels kind of odd. Like, Raining Water got a cutscene, but most of the bosses didn't. Even Bale didn't get one, which is really crazy. Like, I feel like what they should have done for Bale was what they did in Dark Souls 3. He doesn't have a cutscene unless you summon Egon, and when you summon Egon, he does that hard speech in the cutscene, because I felt it kind of hard to hear when I was getting pounded for my life by Bale. In front of Gaius, there was a little message from another player saying, try gesturing, and the last time I've seen that in front of a statue was a while ago. And I sat and said, you know what, for shits and gigs, let me try all the new DLC chests first. The Danes one, some other ones, and oh mother. And Miyazaki, what is it with you with hiding these areas behind the most hidden things? Like, this is part of another guy's quest who likes fingers a bit too much, who wants us to ring these bells, which I have done. And after telling him I did that and reloading, I go down to the cave to fight the finger boss, Matir. This boss kind of reminds me of Abridus from BloodBorne. Instead of just being able to bonk on its sides, when you stand on its sides, you get touched inappropriately, and I don't like that. Honestly, these last few bosses, just of trying to find Mesmer, was a journey. Going to side areas that I randomly stumbled upon, being in the castle I think would get me there, but for some reason going anywhere else. That's kind of how this DLC feels. You just really can go to any boss, and since most of these are optional, it's kind of funny that I found all of them before I was able to find the main boss. Because even with all this hard work, the only ones that are required is the Lion, Renala, Mesmer, Romania, and one other. It wasn't anything too complicated. It has some light magic and some other things. Jumps up and hits you with the fingers. It's honestly very forgettable. It feels like one of those bosses you just beat up for the runes. But back to Shadow Keep. We're in a library. I finally make it to Mesmer after looking for this man for days. Marika's hidden child, the one who did her dirty work.
My purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Mesmer reminds me a lot of an RPG, as it feels very turn-based. Like, I can hit for some good damage after he does his moves. Even though his moves may be way longer than mine, it's still a fair turn-based battle. I really love finding his tells. Like, if it's a fire move, I know it's going to be some wild 10-hit combo, but no fire means, oh, I can just hit him now. Tapping to the timing of his moves and figuring out phase 1. And, well, phase 2, he bleeds his eye and burns himself, showing his true form.
Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws?
Honestly, other than the dash flashing through me, the only difference in the moveset is the snakes that fly into my face. They're easy to dodge, but if the first isn't dodged right, the rest will kill you. And the explosions of snakes, I just hope it doesn't hit me. Fighting Mesmer never really felt unfair. He was definitely difficult. You could always understand what he was going to do. Even though, yes, I got hit a few times and I definitely am not on the level of let me solo him. It was a lot of fun as a boss fight. Like, he was one of the few fights that didn't feel so unfair that it felt like I'm absolutely getting washed. but he wasn't so easy that it was just like, oh, like the other guys where it's like snooze fest. It was one of those bosses that perfectly captures that battle, that back and forth of, okay, I'm getting something, but then he's getting something. And I did win. Honestly, Mesmer is a troll. Not battle sense, but lore-wise. We all thought before this DLC came out that Mesmer would be the final boss. Oh, it's the final one, but nah, there's one more. This whole story has been building up to one demigod, Mikola, who has been guiding many here, but Mikola may not be as good as he leads on. Using Mesmer's flame to burn a piece of the scattered tree to the final castle, Idem. This is the coolest area of all Souls games. This DLC has shown me so many amazing areas, and Idem is my favorite. Fight with these lion-headed enemies who could be their own bosses if they weren't not filled in an area with bosses so much higher than him. Climbing up this area, it almost reminds me of Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts. But one final battle. Lita and all her friends stop us as we want to knock out Mikola. This fight is funny, and it's a fun rematch with my teacher Dane. Honestly, this fight was just hands. I was just running through these NPCs by hitting them as hard as I could, carrying my Harong back 3-4-3. And at the end, our final challenge. Wait, Radahn! Oh no. Shit. Full power Star Scourged Radahn. Well, technically, Mikola's weird-ass manipulating Mohg to be the Moglester, so Mikola is the one who's not like us, and Mohg is cool. Technically fall right into Mikola's trap, as we're the ones who killed Radahn and Mohg, and Mikola uses Mohg's body and Radahn's soul to fuse them together as his promised consort. Finally challenged Radahn at full strength. And damn, I understand why Malenia hit this man with a nuke. When I was fighting Mesmer, it was a nice RPG back and forth. Seeing that I'm still in an RPG, but this time I'm playing the role of the victim. Now, it's not too bad, as I've seen a lot of these moves that Radahn used, the Scream, the Stomp, the Stork Flash, similar stuff. I've seen, like, this is like Gaia's move, Godfrey moves, Mohg's Flame Attack. Actually hit me was the normal swings. And these just kept melting my health bar. They felt so hard to dodge. The timing, I was literally doing like a metronome ticking at the beats of these. I finally got down to phase 2. And I learned why he would be Elden Lord. We begin phase 2 and Mikola begins to help.
Aspiring Lord of the Old Order, if you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Mikola.
Yeah, Malenia can move aside. This is the hardest boss ever. Phase 2, what am I supposed to do? Like, realistically, off-rip, he nukes the stage with light, and then hits me with a meteor move, and I was like, oh, that's familiar. I did this, jump, then dodge. And I was not expecting him to hit me with 5 after image, is then burn the light into my eyes. Like, how am I supposed to dodge this? Or his after image dashes, I'm just staring at him like, okay, he's right there. And I'm like, where'd he go? Or for fuck's sake, every basic move he does now has light after effects, like making things even worse and worse. I was already struggling, but I'm struggling so much. I changed my whole build from ice to bleed, and I was like, I need to proc him more. And it made me bring out the rabbit dog mimic tier. I was trying to punch him as many times as I could and bleed him as many times as I could. Phase 1 felt fair and balanced. It was hard, but it never felt like I couldn't learn the patterns. Phase 2, Miyazaki, what in the FromSoft, why did you approve this? This felt so unfair. Now, I know it wasn't, and when I went and fully my Scatter Tree and Spirit Ash, it became way easier. But I still typically say there's always something you can learn, a rhythm, but I felt lucky I won. Not because I understood his phase 2, but because I understood his phase 1 enough to where I didn't get absolutely melted in phase 2. This was the hardest boss I ever encountered. Countered. I used everything. Flame Grant Me Sake, Bestial Vitality, Mimic Tier, the heaviest and strongest armor I could wear, Blood Dane Arts, and I was still looking worse than Blue Lock's animation trying to fight Radahn. Damn, did I have fun. I sat there after this just stunned. I didn't even have words. No excitement, no calling the boss a slur, just frozen in shock of what was possible. Seeing this fight, the spectacle of the meteor, the gravity magic, him flying all over the place at 1,000,000 miles per hour, it seemed unreal. FromSoft went even further with a DLC that was so insane. With bosses they leveled up so much. This is how every game should be with DLC. I felt how it evolved through every game in the FromSoft series, just making it bigger and better, games going further every single time, evolving the difficulty, the spectacle, the story. My main question is, how do you go further than this? How do you make it harder than Promise Consort Radahn? I don't want to fight any boss that is harder than him, but I persevered through this whole thing. During this DLC, I wanted to give up at R'hllana, Radahn, and even the Lion. But no challenge was impossible. I just needed to evolve, whether that be through getting more items or just changing how I play. Maybe stop dodging back or maybe go another direction. And during this whole series of Souls games with this final DLC, I understand how to play Dark Souls. Not like just being the best at Dark Souls, but just what it means to be a hard game. It's not just a wall to overcome, but it's something that's supposed to evolve you. As every Souls games did, and us as players, we changed, we became better, we formed community and grew. Yes, these challenges were there for fun, interesting things to do, but it was also telling us you need to evolve and change to overcome these challenges. A little final bonus for you guys that made it all the way here after watching tons of Dark Souls videos. It's crazy to me how Dark Souls has become so popular with these games. Like, I got 2 more of these coming out in the next year, which I'm very excited about new Souls content every year, but I'm also a little dreading it. Maybe we'll finally get Sekiro too. Souls games have probably become my top 3 favorite gaming franchises of all time. The challenges, the world, how it feels so connected. Even when these games aren't connected, they still feel like one universe, one universal idea. Not to hold your hand and drag you along, but guide your journey so that you will learn, even if that's the hard way. Even after millions of deaths and losses, I still never want to put it down. I want to keep trying. I want to fight the boss again, even if all hope seems lost. And that's what a Souls game is. A challenge. A gaming challenge unseen. A game that has well revolutionized things. The Soulsborne series.